So good afternoon, everybody. So I'd like to re-welcome you. So we continue with the plenary sessions. So the topic for this session is psychoanalysis in modern mental health practice. So I'm glad to welcome the chairs. So Dr. Jomny, welcome. Dr. Gunther. Dr. Gunther, welcome with us as a chair. Okay, no problem. So Dr. Mhalla. Dr. Voss, welcome.
So good afternoon, everybody. Very nice to see you all in time. We decided, we have 2 hours for this symposium, so we decided the clock starts now. Okay, so this is from now 2 hours, so the whole program will shift a little bit, but we have time towards the end, so it's no problem. And we didn't expect anyone to be on time at 2 o'clock. Not really. Everyone who was there this morning in the workshop, the wonderful workshop, we talked about 1 hour on punctuality and what it means in well, probably. Maybe that's my my perception. But it was just everything that comes with it, you know, that's around it. So let's get to the next topic. We want to talk about psychoanalysis in modern mental health practice now, and we start with someone who really works on the ground. She works in her own practice. Where is she? Oh, here. Dr. Emna Benzina. She works in her own practice since 3 years, she told me, to do psychoanalysis and psychotherapy and psychiatry in your own practice. And you were trained, obviously, in the hospital, but you said you left the hospital some years ago because you really wanted to do structured psychotherapy, which is quite a challenge and sometimes not possible in the hospital. So you do it, and we're happy to hear from you, from your daily work in the practice. Thank you. We said we'd do it like yesterday, about half an hour for the talk, and then about 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes discussion for each talk, which sums up to 2 hours.
Okay. Where is the presentation? So, hello everybody. I'm very happy to be with you today, and my presentation will be very simple, and it's wanted. Okay. So I name it psychoanalysis is first of praxis. There's different manners to talk about psychoanalysis and an infinity of topics for further study. I choose today, I written in English because I'm not very good at English, so I prefer to written, sorry. Yeah? I choose today to talk about the praxis of psychoanalysis because I think it's the heart of this discipline, which is a clinical practice before being a lot of theories and abstract concepts. Some of these concepts become tangible when the person experiments the couch. This is why the psychoanalyst needs to be analyzed himself before. We call this a didactic psychoanalysis. When I began my training as a psychiatrist at Razi Hospital, I was very interested in psychoanalysis and curious about the way of learning this method. But my entourage, seniors in psychiatry as well as residents, evolved this discipline with both admiration and mistrust. I heard things like, this one made an analysis and become crazy, this resident became dependent of her analyst and needed to consult him before taking any decision. The unconscious was scary, and we sometimes did everything to avoid recognizing him. In other cases, access to psychoanalytic training seemed to be inaccessible and discouraged many. And some of our masters used a jargon so difficult that it made the curious moving away. So I'm going to be simple and to go slowly today. So psychoanalysis is a process of deep exploration of the unconscious psychic process of the individual within the relationship between the analyst and patient in the consulting room. This patient is encouraged to reflect on matters, thoughts, feelings uppermost in the mind during regular session with the analyst. Feeling, thoughts, wishes, fears, memories, and dreams can be explored in order to help the individuals understanding the unconscious process which affect their conscious thoughts and behavior brought to their external lives. In this way, psychoanalysis may gradually bring about a change through a greater degree of self-understanding to enable the individual to find the way forward to living more authentically and deal better with realities of adult life. One central idea is the unconscious. It's a part of the mind that contains all of our hidden desires and fear. This is inaccessible to conscious thought, but it has a powerful influence on our behavior. Another key concept is the idea of repression. In French, we say refoulement. Repression occurs when we push unpleasant thoughts and memories into the unconscious mind. This can be harmful because it can lead to emotional problems, such as anxiety and depression. Psychoanalysis also emphasizes the importance of childhood experience. Our early experiences play a crucial role in shaping our personality. This is, you know him, this is the pioneer of psychoanalysis, Sigmund Freud. I will show you some, but we're not going to talk a lot about theories. This is Melanie Klein, you know it. She talked about object relation theory, the bad object, the good object. This is Winnicott. He was a pediatrician and psychoanalyst. He talked about true self and false self, good enough parents, transitional objects. This is Jacques Lacan. He said the unconscious is structured like a language, and from the linguistic and the notion of significance, try to understand what the person wants to say and the desire of the person. So let's talk about our main topic today, technique. This is the couch of Freud in the Museum of Wien. We can see it. Psychoanalysis take place in, so what doesn't happen? Psychoanalysis take place in a soft room. The patient lies on a couch for 30 to 50 minutes. The analyst sits behind him or her. And so for 3-4 times. Okay, I'm not seeing the lines. For 3 or 4 times a week, minus holidays. This is the disposition, classic one. The patient concentrates on her feelings or his feelings and thoughts and report them with no censor or no judgment of relevance. the analysis attenuates herself to that communication in an uniquely psychoanalytic way. So he didn't say a lot of things, and he didn't express what he thinks or talk about himself a lot. So Freud referred to the psychoanalytic attention as evenly suspended. In French, we say attention flottante. He tried to listen not only to the fact that the patient is saying, but why and how and what does it mean, and unconscious behind the facts. Another psychoanalyst, Wilfred Bion, referred to a state of reverie. In this state of mind, the analyst listened to the patient's free association, and to his own feeling. The feeling of the analyst also counts, thoughts, and offer interpretation on the working of the patient unconscious. So interpretation, not very fast. He needs to wait for the patient to understand a little bit what are he going to say and to interpret himself. And then when we feel that the patient understands something, we can enrich it and say it's okay, or why maybe interpretation is just a question or something to emphasize. Because when we interpret very fast, it's not a matter of knowledge, or it's a matter of feeling of things. So we need to wait for patient to understand the things. In this interplay of feelings, images, and idea, the nature of the therapeutic relationship is explored, is understood in light of the patient's previous experience and change. And I don't. So the principal keys are free association, lying on a couch, position imposing a certain state of relaxation. And we don't look to the analysis to let our mind really associate without the consent of the psychotherapist. We don't need him to look and say, yes, say it, or if I say this, he will be happy of me, he will approve what I'm saying. No, I'm alone, I don't look to him, I say all freely. The patient speaks freely of anything that may cross his or her mind without searching for some specific subject or topic. The flow of his thoughts is free and followed with no volunteer intervention. And the important thing is that the critical mind does not intervene to sincere, spontaneous thoughts. We truly have the drive to censure the product of our thinking, starting from various criteria: moral, ethic, narcissistic, cultural, spiritual. The method of free association demands us to temporarily give up intellectual censorship and freely speak about any thoughts. It's not easy. Huh? It's like gymnastics, to practice it, to learn how to do it, because you always want to censor something unpleasant or difficult to say. We also use dream interpretation. According to Freud, Freud say it's the royal road to the unconscious, but it's not like some people does. Today, tell me about your dreams. Did you dream yesterday? No, it's not like this. It's come with free association, and the patient is the one who knows how to interpret his dreams. No, not the analyst, or there's no book for interpretation dream, or we associate around the dream, and we remember memories, we remember figures of our life, and then we ask ourselves, why did I thought about this person now? Ah, because I felt this thing. It remember me this thing, and then we access to old memories, old things, or maybe trauma sometimes. So it works also with transference, you know, transference and counter transference. That occur when you project your feelings about another person into the psychoanalyst. You will then interact with them as they were that other person. This technique can help your psychoanalyst to understand how you interact with others. And this is unconscious. Huh? You don't know that you are transferring these feelings. For example, in this figure, I don't know if you can read, but on the left, a small girl with her mother, and the mother is saying, I just can't deal with this. So she can't deal with her baby, with her daughter. She's upset. She's overwhelmed with feelings, and she go to her psychotherapist, and she think my therapist thinks I'm too much to deal with. So she thinks she's too much for him. So, like the feelings she felt with her mother when she was child, but she don't know. It's unconscious. And then the therapist asked her himself, because with the feelings he thinks about her too. He said, why is she thinking this? Because she's invited to free associate, so she will tell, I'm feeling this towards you. I'm feeling you will not understand me. I'm too much for you. I'm annoying you. You can't deal with me. But he's asking her himself, why she think this about me? And then he invites her to think about the person maybe with who she had this kind of relation. Another tool important is the analysis of resistance. So no psychoanalysis without resistance. It is the patient's tendency to maintain the repression of the unconscious impulses and experience that interfere with free association in subject to analytic scrutiny. So sometimes the patient is silent. Sometimes he refuses the interpretation the psychotherapist said. Sometimes he said, I'm not happy to come here. I'm not improving. I'm not. Sometimes it's right, but sometimes we need to ask more questions and to go more deeply to see what's the point that he wants to avoid. And it's one of the key. Analyzing the resistance is one of the key of improving in psychoanalysis. Improving and change. So about the efficacy now, a long debate. Also, is it efficient? So the problem is that we have a problem to assess psychoanalysis. How can we do tests and scale before the session, after the session, after 10 sessions, after 1 year, after so this is after 10 years. Sometimes. But it's not normal. It's the person who stays 10 years, it's why she stays. She needs to ask herself. And well, okay. So the thing we now, with modern science and evidence-based medicine, we can test psychodynamic therapies, which use the same theoric material and the same tools that are, I talked before about free association, dreams, unconscious, les actes manqués, interpretation of resistance, the same tools. So psychodynamic therapies, we can test them, and we did this. This is a new review from 2021, but there's a lot that shown that psychodynamic therapies are at least, we compared psychotherapy, psychodynamic therapies with CBT therapies. So we found that they are at least enough, sufficient, efficient, like at least efficient like CBT, and even more on the long term. The efficacy is long-term efficacy for anxiety, depression, trauma disorder, eating disorder. So there's a lot of study taking troubles one by one and evaluating this effect. More that, then we found that in CBT, the efficacy of CBT therapies come from one fact that is essentially psychoanalytic. That is the relation with therapists. So when the relation is the affective of the relation is a fact of success of the CBT therapy. So we call therapeutic relation and CBT and transference in psychoanalysis. So I wanted to talk about something also, how to become an analyst or psychodynamic therapist. So because I know that a lot of you were interested on psychoanalysis when they become their training on psychiatry, because you are psychiatrists almost, and you wanted to try, but it was difficult. So we need two things. So learning, reading books, going to seminar, learning theories, working on groups, and doing his own psychoanalysis. Because there's something that there are things that we need to experiment on ourselves. We need to understand something. We need to prove that we understood something in our unconscious, our inner unconscious, before learning, before understanding the things in others. So private work on ourselves, and then supervision with what we say also control. And these things are useful even if we don't become a psychoanalyst, but we just keep our exercise like a psychiatrist. Because even a psychiatrist, even in a simple biological approach, will hear patient, will listen to depressive thoughts, we will listen to trauma that can affect him because maybe he left something that is similar, and he needs to make work on himself to be a better psychiatrist, a better psychotherapist, and maybe if he wants a psychoanalyst. So for conclusion, I can say that beyond psychiatric diagnosis and drug therapy is often necessary. The patient comes in therapy, especially in an analysis, to be listened, to be understood in their subjectivity and singularity. And this need is even stronger with the requirement of our modern society. So I think that psychoanalysis and psychoanalytic therapies have their place in the different modern mental health approaches. I put neuropsychoanalysis because les apports, les new things that neuroscience bring to us today come to explain how does it work. I will not talk about this now because it will need another intervention. Maybe Dr. Bushra will talk about this. This is the future also, to understand how does it work. And the training, so I advise you to go to make a group of reading, to meet each other and to organize yourself, to organize seminar about this, to better comprehension of this discipline. So thank you very much.
So Thank you very much. Are there any questions in the audience? Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Benzina, for this interesting intervention. So I have two questions. So do you think that it's more real and to practice psychoanalytic techniques rather than the whole therapy with sessions and strict periods of sessions? So it's about techniques or doing therapy with rigid and strict in the strict way. So that's the first question. And you talk about the position of the patient with the therapist. The therapist, and you say that he has not to look to the eyes of the therapist. Do you think? I think that it's only Freud manner to deal, but with the others, Winnicott, Lacan, I'm asking. I think that it's not that way to deal with the patient. For example, for Winnicott with drawing, Lacan il faisait des séances même de 5 minutes. More easy for me in French.
Lacan used to make short
Short. Even with 5 minutes, and not in the way of Freud.
Yes. So even Freud experienced face-to-face, because we need to go on face-to-face before to make diagnostic primarily first diagnosis on the person to see indication, because I didn't talk a lot in my intervention, but if there is a psychotic episode and we are not going to say, yes, lie on the couch and I'm going to hear you, let you by yourself. No. If even in acute depression, the person need our eyes, our support. So it's, I talk about the fact that I didn't say we need to avoid face-to-face, but I talked about the classical way of doing and the positive impact of avoiding the eyes contact, because it can offer us more, we can be more free a little bit. But it's not, there's a lot of analytic psychotherapy, like you said, with that we don't need to be on a couch. We can be on face-to-face. So it's, and it's a majority of psychoanalytic approaches. So I agree with you.
Thank you. I just want to remind you that Freud was a neurophysiologist. And of course, psychodynamic is a scientific way to explore what is happening in the mind. So, it seems that we, all of us, psychotherapists, psychiatrists, psychologists, are a bit reluctant to practice the cure, the classical analytic cure. Perhaps because you said it's difficult to assess efficacy. But the new cures, the psychodynamic face-to-face cures, they have proved their efficacy. So why do you prefer today, even if the new psychodynamic approaches are, you will avoid the years, you will be with an objective with 20 or 25 sessions, you you can assess your patient before and after the cure. Why do you always prefer interminable, with years, classical cures? Why do you continue with?
Thank you for this question. So I don't think that cure should be interminable with years, a lot of years, and it's possible. It's for some people that I don't know why they chose to go on therapies. They are happy to talk about themselves, and they become a little bit addicted to this. And Freud talk about this in a book called Analyse avec fin, Analyse sans fin. Why we cannot stop. We can go further on this question. But so why did I prefer on the couch and not simple psychodynamic therapy with more structured? And I don't prefer, but I just prefer to talk about this today because it's something very mystic to us psychiatrists, and we have the idea of that it's unuseful. And so no, it's useful sometimes, but it's not. For example, for my practice, I'm still on training, so I'm a new psychoanalyst. I still train on this, but sometimes I offer this possibility to patients to go on to lie on a couch. So it is the minority of my patients. So the majority is psychodynamic therapy, but sometimes. Some people can do it and they are happy to do it. Just I was inviting you to think about this in another way, not a way that it's strict. You talked about the strict cadre, rigid and strict. It's just it's easier for the patient, you know. When the less the shrink talk, the better is for the patient. In fact, when we do psychotherapy or psychoanalysis, even in simple psychotherapy, because when it's session after session, for example, 2 months, 4 months of work, the relation with the patient and psychotherapist is become important. That's we call transfer. And if the shrink talk about himself a lot, he don't let the person normally project her feeling, freely project her feeling, his feeling on the psychotherapist. It's easier for him. So just I invite you to try it, to know of what I'm talking, because that's why in the training we need to do it, because there's things that we don't understand. We don't understand if you don't experience this. Just it can be a good experience, but for a lot of people it's a bad experience. Huh? Some people leave the couch very, very fast, and they say no, I'm not going to go to do it more because I don't feel secure. I don't feel happy. I don't feel that the psychotherapist listened to me. Sometimes he didn't go further to interpret this transference, and sometimes maybe the psychoanalyst is bad. Maybe it's possible too.
But do you think that we can try psychoanalysis cure without being on psychoanalysis before?
Try what?
Try to make a psychoanalysis cure to a patient, or
no.
Because you say just try it and
no, try it as a patient.
Okay, as a patient. Okay.
As a patient, to understand what does it can make you feel, to understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
No, not try it because it's not a game.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So, thank you. If there's
no questions.
No question.
Thank you very much again. No, I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Bushra bin Mohammed, who is the Assistant Professor of Psychiatry in Fatuma Bourguiba Hospital and in the Faculty of Medicine of Monastir. Dr. Bushra bin Mohammed will talk about neuroscience and psychodynamic theory.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The floor is yours.
It will be challenging for me to speak in English, but I'll do my best. I will do it anyway because it's a topic that I've thought about it very, very well since my early years of training, because I felt somehow as if I was forced to choose one of them, because it seems to me that one is more rational than the other. But I like it, the both of them, so I have to deal with this ambiguity that I have. So I tried to find a solution. I need my presentation, please. Okay, so I will try to rethink neuroscience and psychodynamic theory. This comparison between the two begins from the beginning of the definition of each one. The neuroscience is based on experimental think, so we have to quantify. It's more rational. We can observe it. But the psychodynamic theory, for my opinion, it's based on interpretation, which can be subjective. So there is a gap here that we have to verify it. We have to say also that Freud has a big innovation. Not long ago, we thought that hysteria was based on possession by demon or others. So he told us that human behavior was based on an interaction between intrapsychic processes and interpersonal patterns in a way that is outside the conscious awareness of every one of us. And it will well explained by my colleague, Dr. Zina Benzina. In the case of hysteria, in particular, what takes years and years of the work of Freud, he located the problem about the phallic stage, which takes place between 3 and 6 years. He talked about Oedipus complex, which is for him excessive attachment to the parent of the opposite sex. And he saw the psyche structured into 3 parts. The first one is ID. As you know, I didn't bring any news here. ID is an instinctive and primitive structure. It obeys to pleasure principle. I want it right now, right here. Ego, it's somehow the interference between us and the society. It's based on rationality and reality principle. And the superego, the structure that tells us what's right and wrong to do. And we pass all our lives trying to have compromises between those 3 structures, as they told us. So for the hysteria in particular, Freud told us that there is a fundamental trauma or childhood adversities that will lead to an unconscious intrapsychic conflict between ego, reality principle, and ID with his pleasure principle. Pleasure principle leads us to the sexual desire and fantasies that can't be done immediately. So the ego will repress those representations and try to ignore them. So it's unconscious. All that is unconscious. The response of the ego is to lead to a negative emotion and frustration and resurfacing the represented feeling. He will demand, once again, to be exhausted. Then the return of the repressed representation, we have to deal with it, and the ego finds a compromise, which is to convert this energy to a physical symptoms. Those physical symptoms will lead to clinical expression, and for Freud, the choice of particular symptom is not hazardous, as if we have a pattern or schema that lead us to choose a symptom or another symptom. The second point that he precised, that secondary benefits perpetuate the symptom in the second part of the illness. So to summarize what Freud said, it's an unconscious origin. The emotional and traumatic components are the origin of the symptom. There is secondary benefits that lead to perpetuate the disorder, and the symptom are not chosen at random. There is also a libidinal drive or sexual drive, and repression is a primary defense used in this disorder.
Now let's take a look about what it's done in neuroscience concerning hysteria, or what we called neurological functional disorder. There is not really a big studies or a lot of study in this field, but the original hypothesis, I think it's very interesting, because when they observed that there is positive aspect of the disorder, there is movement genesis, that the patient is able to have movement that he hasn't at the basal line, like tremor or seizure-like activity, or in the opposite, he will have a negative aspect with loss of movement or function. So the question is very simple. Is there a problem in the neural structure to deal with voluntary movement? That's their original hypothesis. To respond to that, we will look deeper in the execution of voluntary movement, which will take place in 3 stages. The first one is planning. We have to choose the pattern, we plan it. Initiation by choosing the structure that will do the movement, and then execution. For the 3 stages of the voluntary movement, there is many structures that we will look at them one by one. But the most important for me is the limbic system, who can play also a facilitator role depending on the emotional state. To go further in the movement or inhibit this movement, we have to have the right emotional states. For the limbic system, here in a study done by Blackmore in 2016, they tried to divide participants into 2 groups, a control group and patient group with functional neurological disorder, and they asked them to do a sustained contraction by their hand. It's about 10% of their maximum force, and they were exposed in the same time to 3 types of picture: neutral picture, unpleasant picture, and pleasant picture. For the group, for the control group, they cannot deal or sustain the same force when they are exposed to other than neutral pictures. But the patient groups, they sustained the same contraction for the negative exposure and the neutral exposure, as if it was defensive to stay in the same contraction as if they were in danger. In the same time, they explored the amygdala, and they find out that the group of the patient has an hyperactivity in the amygdala, especially when they were exposed to an unpleasant picture. So for the prefrontal cortex, we have the first point where it begins is the hyperactivity in the limbic system, but the prefrontal cortex will play a major role to control this hyperactivity. But here also there is a problem with the patient presenting with conversion disorder. There is 2 situations, either a high control with inhibition leading to a movement loss, like paralysis, or a low control, and there is a movement genesis, like tremor, for example. The second question that we asked in neuroscience is the symptoms are really voluntary or not, because they are always the patient. We think that the patient are exaggerating their symptoms, so we thought maybe it was voluntary after all. And we find that finders and patients with real functional neurological symptom syndrome have 2 different regions that at the source of the problem of the symptom. So we can say now, we're confident that it's not a voluntary symptoms. The second argument for the involuntary origin of the trouble is the fact that there is a trouble or a dysfunction of the sense of agency. What we call the sense of agency is the ability of the patient or any one of us to perceive his control of his own movement. The patient will tell you that I know, I have insight that I have done a seizure. He can even describe it in every details, but I can't control it. So this sensation of control or not is not, it's a problem for our patient, and there is a dysfunction in that region, what's called the temporoparietal region, responsible of the sense of agency. The second step for the planning, so there is dysfunction in every structure or almost every structure. The second step to do a voluntary movement is initiation and execution, and it will be coordinated by the primary motor cortex and supplementary motor areas, which will coordinate complex movement. And also, it's very important, it's a region where motor patterns are stored. So if we store a false or a dysfunctional pattern, it will come back every time. That's how we explain that the symptom will have, that the patient will have the same symptom every episode, or almost every episode. The second region is basal ganglia, which will prevent parasitic movement and allow precise execution of the motor pattern. Here also there is a problem. There is an escape of the frontal or cortical control, so the emotion will lead directly to the motor execution with an error in the choice of the pattern or the motor pattern. For the basal ganglia, there is also a problem. We've not said in many studies that there is a decrease in their activity during the episode, and they become normal after the resolution of the symptom. So this area in particular will lead us to see a symptom that are exaggerated or parasitic in these patients. The final step is the execution, and it will be done by cerebellum, the region that allow a precise regulation of the sequence and duration of the elementary movement. It's like a clock or a timer. And of course, the primary motor cortex who will execute the pattern. Here there is controversies in the literature. There is some study that showed that there is less or more activity. It depends on the ones who are getting divorced have more symptoms, as if the symptom was defensive, as if they can get back to their relationship, in contrast of the others who have lost definitely their partner, though, so the symptom doesn't express in the same way. Here we will, they have done a functional MRI that showed that in the group of the patient where the symptom was able to do secondary benefits, or what they called escape solution, they were more likely to have an increased activity in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex and the slowing of the hippocampal activities, which will lead to memory repression, as if they can't deal with the situation, so they blocked the situation, an increase in the limbic system activity, a motor area dysfunction with error in motor pattern choice, and here they have a freezing, a situation of freezing or a movement loss in those patients, and of course a problem with the sense of agency. So it explains very well that there is an impact of secondary benefits and escape solution on the trouble or the disorder. We call it in French la belle indifférence. J'appellerai it detachment if you want. It's the fact that we see the patient with a big symptom like a paralysis, but he is somehow indifferent about it. So we explain it by the same thing. It's a memory repression, as if he can't feel the emotion that he have, or the memory or the representation. So there is no problem in the situation. And of course, there is an error in motor pattern choices concerning the face muscle this time. So to have an answer about eternal enemies or new allies, I think we've done it all. Unconscious origin, yes, it's involuntary, with an impairment in the sense of self-agency. The emotional and traumatic components are the origin of the symptom. Yes, there is a hyperactivity in the limbic system. Secondary benefits or escape solution, the same. The symptoms were not chosen at random. In neuroscience, we talk about dysfunctional motor patterns stored and chosen each time. Libidinal drive, still to look at that, don't know, maybe. Repression as a primary defense mechanism. maybe it's the same than memory repression. I think so. I am happy to have a minimal answer to my questions and to have the privilege to work with the both theory in my practice, daily practice. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bet Mohammed, for this excellent presentation. I think we have all to dive with this in our daily practice in psychotherapy and neuroscience. Are there any questions about?
Hi. First of all, thank you for the presentation. I absolutely loved the idea that you talked about, because I can personally relate to the struggle that you described as trying to unite two things that on first glance might seem to be completely very different approaches at understanding humans and understanding psychiatry. Because I've always been an adherent in the belief that we do not have a brain. We are our brains, quite literally. Everything we feel, everything we do, everything we learn can be traced back into, has like some kind of neurobiological traduction in a sense. And you have indeed proved that experience, outside experience, can literally change the brain structure, can like at least on a synaptic level, right? And I love the idea that you presented, and I think it's like I've tried to read more about it, but I haven't found very like it's kind of surprising to me that it is not talked about more, because I think it's very important that we try to minimize contradictions and try to unify different approaches and theories of understanding the mind. So, like, it's not really a question, but I'm trying to say that I have been like I've been struggling with that, and I'm quite convinced now, maybe a little more convinced that we can try to understand things the way you described. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. They proved. I didn't prove anything. I just hit the books. But to repost in our talk yesterday, it was a transcultural difference. Here also in psychiatry, every one of us have a school, and he defined his school without trying to have a uniform language. So I tried simply to propose you somehow to deal or to have a language that can push us all to have more explanation for disorders. That's all I have done. Thank you.
I have also one more comment than a question, but maybe you can comment on my comment afterwards.
Okay.
I first of all, I really like that attempt to bring together neuroscience and psychoanalytic theory. What I find always important in these type of studies is to bear in mind that we mostly talk about correlates, fMRI or EEG. I think there's a big temptation to make a mistake and say there's hyperactivity in the amygdala, and to make it a causal argument. Almost like there's an epileptic activity in the amygdala, and this is why the patient has experienced this or that. And this is not the case. What we see is simply, it's a statistical map, what looks like a very shiny picture of the brain, where we almost think we can feel the activity happening in the brain. But after all, it's a statistical map of something that's even not directly, but very indirectly related to neural activity in the brain. And, so we have to be very, very careful with interpreting any of these data and kind of resist the temptation to make causal arguments. what we see is a correlate. And that's very interesting because, you know, as you said, of course, but after all, for almost everything we feel or experience, there is a correlate in our brain. And depending on the technique we use, we're more or less capable of showing that. And then what? The question is always, what really do we learn from it? Why do we do these studies? And I think there is something that I learned a lot from what you showed us today, but I think it's always important to ask that question. Why are we doing that? Because, I mean, I don't know how many papers are out there with the headline, "The neural correlates of." And quite frankly, this is the most boring thing, and we spend billions of euros in the world to do neural correlates of studies. And I think we should really stop that and and think about actual questions that we want to ask. And there's nothing wrong with doing MRI experiments if you have a good question to answer.
Okay. I'm totally okay with you in the fact that there is not always a causal relationship between a region that is hyper or whatever activity it has and the symptom or the explanation of the illness. But there is here une nuance, je ne sais pas comment le dire. Enfin, there is a simple thing to precise here, is that the fact that there is a hyperactivity leads us to talk about plasticity and the ability to adjust to the situation. And in comparison with normal people or control people, there is a problem here. So maybe it's not the cause, but it's a part of the problem. That's my response for today.
You are always welcome, Dr. Ragraf.
Our colleague told us we are not. We are our brain, and if we were something out of the brain, who told you that we are only our brain, or we are mainly our brain? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. For in the Tunisian, in the Arabic language, we express emotions out of the brain, in the heart and in the liver.
Heart.
In the liver, especially in the liver. And nowadays we are discovering that in our gut there is another brain. And I think it will be very efficient to look in what's coming in every part of our being, our environment, with epigenetics. So you gave us the opportunity to have many tools. Yes, we must explain things with the Freudian theory, others with the neuroimaging, and perhaps tomorrow with analysis of the gut or of the liver or of others. So we must be open-minded, and we are all looking to the same thing, but from different perspectives.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
Thank you. I totally agree, and I think we was somehow trapped at the beginning to talk about the brain and the brain and the brain again, because it was maybe defensive. We thought that we are not enough scientific, like other specialties. So we talk about brain until the end of the days, and and somehow now we have to choose another field or to be more open to other possibilities. And I think it's the most beautiful thing in psychiatry, that we have to be open to every and all occasion that we have. And thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon. I want to thank the Committee of Young Psychiatrists for this invitation and for this interesting congress. I especially thank our colleagues, German colleagues, for their contribution and collaboration. And I invite Dr. Felix Korf from German, and he's a specialist in my favorite topic, psychosomatic medicine. He actually practices in London, in an institute of London, and he will talk about group analytic psychotherapy. Therapy is research, and research in this field is also a therapy. So welcome, Dr. Felix.
Hello, everyone. Yes, just briefly about, I broke it. About psychosomatic medicine. In Germany, it is a specialty apart from psychiatry. So it's another specialty, runs in parallel to psychiatry. The content is mostly to integrate psychotherapy with somatic medicine. So when I started working there, when I started working in psychosomatic medicine, I had to start working with groups almost from the beginning without much training. So I came into one of those rooms, and there are quite often questions asked like, why should I join a group of people with mental health issues like me? Or the other question you might not see properly, do you not have enough time for individual therapy? I used to say there's good evidence for group therapy, and also quite often individual therapy is not first choice, but group psychotherapy is first choice. However, I think I was not really convinced of it, because I also was quite anxious about groups, as I'm right now. And when I then, in my training, had to join an experiential group, just as part of the training, I also kind of postponed it for as long as possible. But when eventually I did it, I was fascinated, and this started my journey through group analysis, and I want to take you with me through the journey a bit. So after my training in Germany, in Bonn, I applied for a course in group analysis in London, and that's what I've done recently. Okay, so this room you see, that's the room where my group in South London is currently running, my patient group in the NHS, the National Health Service in the UK. So the topic is group analytic psychotherapy. I will now speak about group analysis, which is a bit shorter. And the quote is from the founder of group analysis: "Therapy is research, and research in this field is therapy." It's a bit cryptical, the sentence, but we'll come back to that a few times. Now, as an overview about today's presentation, I want to give a few examples for group therapies, because there are many of them. I want to talk about the origin of group analysis, and then give a definition of it. There are several definitions, but one. And I want to introduce a few concepts just to understand the group analytic language a bit better, which I think really ties in with a lot what we've heard yesterday and today, actually. So I won't probably bring too many new things now. And I want to focus on clinical practice, because that's what you might be interested in. And I want to end with international development. So, groups have been used in many types of populations, patient populations, and this is not supposed to be confusing. Don't read all of it. So there are groups for primarily mental health issues and social issues. That's on the left-hand side of the slide, for example, panic disorder, but also groups for victims of rape. And on the right-hand side, many groups for people with somatic issues, for example, organ transplant, but also HIV or obesity, really. Next slide is about the methods. So these groups are run along different types of group methods, and again, there are many. One is CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, and another abbreviation you might know is dialectic behavioral therapy, groups for people with personality disorder. There are activity groups in many hospitals, gardening groups, cooking groups, shopping groups. There are non-verbal groups. I called it non-verbal, although of course it's also involves also talking. Drama, music, dance, and then a huge group is problem solving and psychoeducation. For example, Alcoholics Anonymous belong to that group. It's peer-led, so other patients educate other patients, and it's very effective. It has proved to be very effective in alcohol dependence. And the last one is psychodynamic groups, and group analysis belongs to the latter one. I will focus on group analysis, and maybe later we can broaden up to other psychodynamic group therapies. I'll make a few references throughout the talk. Now, the origin of group analysis, it's another German. It's Sigmund Heinrich Fuchs. That's a picture of him. He was a German psychiatrist, and when he studied, he actually had lectures with Kraepelin, for example. The person was quite influential in terms of diagnostics. I think dementia praecox was Kraepelin's concept. He was also from the beginning interested in psychoanalysis. He met Freud. He wasn't analyzed by Freud, but by one of his pupils. And from the beginning, he was also interested in psychology, Gestalt psychology, and sociology. So when he worked in Frankfurt, the clinic where he was the consultant was based in the same building as quite a famous sociological institute that later became known as the Frankfurt School, like Horkheimer, Mannheim, Elias, quite prominent sociologists after the war. He had to emigrate to the UK in 1933. He was Jewish and he had to escape the Nazi regime. His sister died in a concentration camp. So he emigrated a bit earlier than Freud. Freud emigrated in 38. So we need to know this because I think it informs the theory that Fuchs developed, the background, the cultural background, and Fuchs himself integrated that a lot in the theory that we'll talk about in a bit. So one definition of group analysis is it is a form of psychotherapy by the group, of the group, including its conductor. So let's try to understand this a bit better. It is group analysis, which means primarily it's a group, so there's always the element of support, being in the same boat with other people in the group. But then there's also in group analysis the attempt to understand the undercurrents in the group that are not kind of immediately apparent. So Fuchs said, the attitude is psychoanalytic, but the method and technique are new, which is obvious because it's not a person sitting behind the couch, but it is a group of people facing each other in the room. So he said, and we spoke about this, Dr. Benzina spoke about this, so free association belongs to psychoanalysis and cannot be applied in a group. It would be complete chaos. What happens is an equivalent, which Fuchs called free-floating discussion. The group leader in this type of psychotherapy is called the conductor. Fuchs chose this term because of what he felt to be fascist overtones in the term leader. He thought about Hitler and Mussolini specifically. So he chose this term, also reminiscent of, for example, the conductor of an orchestra. If the group is the orchestra, the leader is the conductor. And the conductor has two functions in this type of group. One is to set it up, to be responsible for the administration, to do all the admin around it, and to look after the boundaries. And secondly, he is introducing and modeling, really, the analytic attitude, questioning what's going on in the group. But the most important thing is that the group itself is the agent, and the group members are the ones who need to understand, not primarily the leader, the conductor, but the members. So interpretation is a shared task, interpretation and understanding. And there is this idea that the conductor, with time, when the group takes over this task, can step back into the background, which, again, in musical terms was called a decrescendo of the conductor. Now, the understanding behind symptoms, psychopathology, is that symptoms are socially isolating. We can think about the depressed person who doesn't speak or the anxious person who withdraws. So symptoms block communication. And the aim of therapy would then be understanding and communication in order to bring about change. By the way, Fuchs throughout his life remained a loyal Freudian. He always referred back to Freud. At the same time, he brought in concepts that were probably not really sitting well with classic psychoanalysis. Now, this is one of them, actually. Individual and group are not opposite. For Fuchs, he said, well, that was a fundamental turn of mind at his time. Nowadays, we know that individuals are very socially determined, but at that time, there was a radically social understanding of the individual. And from that, he developed, or Fuchs and followers developed the concept of the matrix, which is, between individuals, a hypothetical web of communication interlinking them, or a common shared ground. So, kind of an allegory or an example for that is the social matrix can be thought of as a network in quite the same way as the brain is a network of fibers and cells. And the individual member would be a nodal point, just like the neuron is in the brain. And to apply this concept to everyday life, to make it a bit more kind of tangible, we all live in networks, networks of our families, our friends, work colleagues, people we interact with every day. Then we are also part of a culture, Tunisian culture, German culture, Arabic culture, Western culture. This also can be extended to being human, really, being part of the human species. I guess climate change, for example, also plays into this bit. It's the background to all we have to think about to our environment. And then we can be part of a therapy group. So joining a therapy group, we bring our networks from outside into the room, because we will talk about our friends and families probably, and we also bring our culture into the room, like we did yesterday in the room next door. So technical terms for this would be the personal matrix, the foundation matrix, which then was linked to another concept which has been elaborated a lot in the recent years, social unconscious as augmenting the individual unconscious, or overlapping with it actually. And then the dynamic matrix of the therapy group, which is then the theater of change in therapy. So by interacting with each other and reacting to each other, we also can say we can display some unconscious understanding about the other, because what I do is not completely unrelated to what you do. And this was then poured into a concept that is now more widely known, mirroring. And the group has been compared to a hall of mirrors. So we can see ourselves and others, and in the group, there are several mirrors with different perspectives. And this is related to another concept outside, like looking into the mirror, looking outwards, as the group equivalent of insight. Although, of course, there's also psychoanalytic insight in the proper sense in the group analytic group, because interpretations are given. Now, what can the group talk about? Because in this type of therapy, there's not much structure, really. People come into the room and they start talking without topics given. They can talk about their social differences, being male, female, being of different cultures, races. They can talk about power dynamics, because they are always present. You know, imagine you sit in one of those groups with your consultant, your medical consultant. They can talk as if being in a family, especially if they have met for a few times, people can start seeing, for example, my brother in someone else, and reacting to this person like to a brother. This relates to, we'll come back to that, to transference. But not Lateral transference, exactly, and then the vertical transference to the conductor, who sometimes can acquire some parental authority, as the analyst sometimes does in individual psychoanalysis. They can share feelings, not always relating to another person, but sometimes they can, for example, just be angry, like the person sitting next to them. They can get a headache in the group. So physical reactions as well. And they can talk about symbols, metaphors, and I think we'll talk about this later today. Again, they can talk about the song they listen to while on the way to therapy. They can talk about stories. And this all has been integrated into the idea of levels of communication in a group, with the first level as the current level, which also has been linked to social psychology. The second level to the transference level, which incorporates Freudian thought, classical psychoanalytic thought. Then sharing feelings, the projective level, linked to Melanie Klein's thought about projection, identification, projective identification, and Bion's thought, actually. We won't speak about Bion's group model today. The basic assumptions, Bion's basic assumptions would belong to that level. And then the primordial level, which is not that much written about because it's a bit mystical, but relates to Jung's collective unconscious and archetypes. So, of course, this can become quite confusing because the levels can change and interact very quickly. And it's a very complex process that needs the whole group, including the conductor, to really try to understand what is going on in the group, in the therapy session, but also in theory. And one example for this would be, there's been a lot of thinking about race and racism, again recently, of course, with all these things that are going on in the world at the moment, how racism plays into one's life, but also can play into a therapy group. People can be racist in therapy groups, and how to deal with that. So this comes back to this sentence from the beginning. Therapy is research, and research in this field is therapy, really is supposed to mean to really try to understand. So every session therapy is kind of research into the dynamics of the moment. How did it all start? Exactly like this. Fuchs tried to experiment with groups in private practice in 1940. He was then settled outside of London in a small town. And during the war, he joined the British Army. He was a soldier in the German Army in the First World War, soldier in the British Army in the Second. And he was a consultant psychiatrist in a military hospital that dealt with shell shock patients, for example. People who had to recover and be sent back to war. And after the war, he worked in several large hospitals, amongst them the Maudsley Hospital, where he was the leading consultant of the psychiatric outpatient department. And from these different settings where he ran groups in, he understood, and his followers understood, he was not alone, of course, he had a group. Groups always need to be adapted to their circumstances. They are always open systems, and one size never fits all. So we can think about groups in different forms and shapes. We can think about a group that is made up of the same type of people, homogeneous groups, like, for example, all female, or heterogeneous, which means mixed. Probably won't have time to talk about the type of patient, so just generally, every person who is deemed to be kind of eligible for psychodynamic psychotherapy can be thought of as being a candidate for group psychotherapy, for group analysis as well. We'll come back to that a bit later. So it's about the number of patients. Groups can be small, medium-sized, or large. I will focus on small groups. Large groups work slightly differently. And they can be open or closed, which means open. In an open group, people join an existing group and leave again. A closed group starts together, goes throughout the whole process of therapy together, and ends together. So, And these changes, or these different types of groups also require a slightly different technique, and the process is a bit different. Now, one size does not fit all, but there is a classic setup in private practice that has been crystallizing over the decades of practice, really. People are sitting in a circle, and actually, interestingly, it's a bit like those tables here, because it is 7 to 8 patients. That's the optimal number. And for some reason, someone thought 7 or 8 chairs in this room is also quite a good number. You get to know the people sitting around the table. It's not too big, it's not too small. The classic group is slow open, which means people join when they kind of in the existing group and they eventually leave. It's a mixed group intentionally. So actually the aim is to have people from very different walks of life, even people with very different diagnoses, mixed in terms of gender, sexuality, race, religion, to have really different perspectives on what's going on. Not all the same. Of course, homogeneous groups are also possible, but that's the classic one. So one session lasts 90 minutes. There are 1 to 2 sessions a week, and people can stay, well, it depends a bit on which setting this is run in. So 2 to 3 years is a recommendation. Some people stay on for many years. In the NHS, it's less, because it's not paid for. So briefly about research. There is a relative lack of evidence from comparative studies, and I think this fate is shared with psychoanalysis a bit. So one reason being that research focuses on homogeneous groups, the groups from the beginning. It's much easier to assess one outcome. You know, has anxiety come down? If people are from different have different diagnoses, it's not so easy. Then in clinical practice, people are sent to groups which are different to people who are sent into individual therapy, and also to different type of groups. So differential indication makes direct comparisons difficult. However, of course, there has been systematic reviews. This one was commissioned by the Institute of Group Analysis in London. So the outcomes are a bit vague, I say that up front. So group therapies are effective in a range of clinical problems. That's the finding. But in this review, there's no clear benefits of any specific type of group therapy over the other. Groups in general are more effective than waitlist or standard care controls. They are not more effective than individual therapy, but also not less effective. I think there's also the dodo bird verdict, isn't it? So you know, every runner gets a prize or something. Yeah. There is one other study. This is done actually to compare short-term. There are many other studies. That's just 2 examples. Short-term, long-term group analysis. The Norwegians are especially good at that, really, to set up empirical studies. In short-term and in long-term groups, 6 or 36 months, quite a difference. Both showed improvement in symptoms and psychosocial functioning. However, on average, for the average patient, there was no significant difference between the groups in this study. But there was a difference for people with personality disorder, who benefited more from longer-term studies. Back to practice, applications for staff. So whatever ward we work in, whatever kind of practice we work in, groups and their dynamics are always present. They're present here, they have been present yesterday in our meeting. Always. It would be helpful to understand them. So understanding needs to start with staff. And one step would be to have experiential therapy. One cannot really understand what it's like to be in a therapy group with never having sat in one, and supervision. So understanding needs to understand with staff. This is another picture from my life. It's a ward I worked on in Germany, and I will be returning to Germany next year, and I'm already thinking what groups I could be running in my psychiatric hospital. And for example, I'm thinking about patients with schizophrenia who are treated for many years, symptoms quite well controlled. It's very difficult for them to get any type of psychotherapy out there because schizophrenia is quite a contraindication for many therapists in private practice. So why not set up a group? I can tell you more in a few years, probably. But I found a nice quote, which is, "The group starts life as the merest twinkle in the eye of the conductor." So we need to have the ideas, and then they can happen. International developments. The Group Analytics Society has been started in London in the 1970s, and now it is international, GASI, and this is the International Journal of the Society. The first training institute has been set up in London. From London to International. The IGA London has been set up in the 70s and now has spread, has set up trainings all over the world, really. In the European Group Analytic Training Institutions Network, EGATIN, there are now 46 member institutes. But actually, it's a misnomer because it's not just European, but there are member institutes from Russia, Israel, India, and Australia. Not formally institutes, but training programs have been set up also in Africa, in Mozambique, in Rwanda, and in South Africa. And to come a bit closer to here, there has been an interesting conversation in the society between 2008 and 2010, so it's a bit ago already, it's 12 years ago, about sparked by an argument by Egyptian group psychotherapists who said that in Egypt, groups would not work like this. They need a much more directive leader. The therapist also is supposed, by the members, to be also a kind of a moral and religious teacher. Also, they said that the ideas about femininity and masculinity are quite different in Egypt than in the fatherless England. The answer to that was, should social structures actually be repeated in the groups? Should stereotypes necessarily, do they need to be repeated in the group, even if people expect it? And one other answer was, no, actually, probably not. A therapeutic culture always needs a bit of distance from the environment to facilitate understanding. And then, was that a clash of cultures? But probably the bottom line is that we cannot think objectively about our own culture, never. So we always need to be in dialogue with the other, which brings me to the end. So we also need to be in dialogue with the other in daily lives. We cannot understand ourselves. We usually need someone else to help us to do that. And this curiosity is modeled by a group analytic group. Thank you. Afterwards.
No. Okay, thank you very much, Felix, for your very important and nice talk. What I feel is that we need both group and individual therapy, and we have to learn about both in education, because we have a lot of young people here, and they start being psychiatrists and psychotherapists. And maybe you can tell us about your opinion on this, and how is it in the UK? For example, in Germany, we do have the possibility to do both. How is it from your point of view, and maybe a bit of a discussion with the Tunisian colleagues, how is it organized in Tunisia? Because I think for educational reasons, we should learn both.
Yeah. So I'm fascinated by groups, but I definitely think of course, not every patient is best treated in a group. There is a differential indication. My training in psychosomatic medicine started from the beginning with individual and group, and it was a day hospital where people were treated in parallel, as probably many hospitals do, individual therapy and then a few group sessions a week. I think in private practice, well, it's difficult to set up a group. That's maybe one important point, especially in private practice. Not everyone wants to join a group. Very few people come into a private practice and say, I want to join group psychotherapy. It rarely ever happens. But I think generally, group psychotherapy is slightly underrepresented, also in Germany, I guess. In the UK, it's very similar, really, I think. There are not many groups around. So when I give this talk, it may sound like in the UK there are groups all over the place. That's not the case. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. But I keep asking myself, how is it possible for the conductor to conduct such a therapy? I mean, you're dealing with 7 or 8 persons, exploring their unconscious mind at the same time with their emotions, their problems. So how can you do that?
Yeah, it is impossible. If you think you need to explore everyone at the same time and you need to be the one who understands, give it up. Now, this is not the way it works. It's much less than in individual psychoanalysis where the past is explored more. In individual therapy, there's much more focus on the individual, of course. In the group, it's more about the process that is happening between people. And often, people share one problem, yeah? So if one person speaks about relationship problem, quite often 2 or 3 other people in the group have the same or a similar issue and can learn from it. So I also was in the beginning, I tried to understand everything that was going on in the group. Impossible. Yeah. Focus on, actually, Fuchs says you need to focus on the matrix and on the general atmosphere in the group. And quite often, there's a lot of countertransference going on as well, you know. Is the group relaxed? Is it talking slowly, or is it an agitated session? And then it is about treating the group, and the idea is that if you treat the group, the individual in the end will also benefit from it. And in practice, it does work. Yeah. Not always. Yeah, there are always treatment. Yeah.
Does it happen that you address some patient from the group to an individual therapy? Does it happen sometimes that you address some patient of the group to an individual therapist? Because he has a lot of symptoms, or
yes. Yes. Although actually really in practice, usually the individual therapists refer people to the group. Usually people had first a few attempts of individual therapy. If that doesn't work, they go into a group. Quite often the group is the last thing that's tried. But you are right. Sometimes people can't.
It can go together. It can work together. Individual and a group analytic therapy.
In parallel.
Because in parallel. Yes.
So Fuchs himself said, well, in the beginning he did it in parallel, and then he moved towards just doing group. But there are many other practitioners who do both, actually. Sometimes even with their own patients, one-on-one and in the group.
This seems to be difficult.
It is difficult, yeah, in terms of transference. It's really difficult, yeah.
Excuse me, please. I have a question, really simple question. Do you choose patient based on the diagnosis, as you said, and if it is different, so it's okay? But is there a cluster or something to do, for example, psychosis alone or patient with other trouble alone, personality disorder, or we can mix all together?
Well, okay, complex question, not simple. So the aim is to have a very diverse group generally. And it is not necessarily about the diagnosis. As we know, depression and anxiety disorder are different diagnoses, but quite often it's a very similar type of patient. Yeah? Probably you want someone who's more reticent, who doesn't speak much, and others who are very open, talk a lot, to balance them out a bit in the group. It's always helpful not to have one person with one problem in the group as an isolate. For example, just to have one black person in the group is difficult. Just one woman in the group, difficult. Usually there's just one man in the group or so. It's a bit like in this Congress here, there's much more female patients ready to do a group than male patients. In terms of personality disorder, it's an interesting question because originally the recommendation was to have not more than 1 or 2 people with EUPD in the group or any type of personality disorder, because they can bring up the emotional atmosphere in the group, the temperature. When things get a bit more heated, more splitting going on. But nowadays, in the NHS, most groups are almost entirely comprised of personality disorder patients, really, because the level of kind of personality disorder disturbance has risen. So Fuchs ran his groups in private practice in North London in the 50s. That's a very different population than a quite deprived, very diverse population in modern London. Yeah. And about psychosis, you would not treat someone with florid psychosis in group analysis.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask if you sometimes find yourself in a situation where patients are reluctant to do the therapy group because they can get like vulnerable or anxious when the other patients are open, are like talking about their problems and their worries, because it's kind of a burden to hear all of that in a session.
If I get anxious or the patient gets anxious? The patient.
Sorry, the patients, yeah.
Yeah, both. Yes. But usually people would join the group who are basically ready to join a group. Yeah? You would have some preparatory sessions to explain the group process. And then you can almost predict with some people that they will become anxious. Usually they withdraw into silence. They just don't say anything. And then quite often it's the job of the conductor to bring them in. Look, Maria, you haven't spoken today at all. But I thought maybe something also went through your mind. Do you want to share that? Or do others have an idea why Maria hasn't spoken today? Yeah. So that's actually one job of the group, of the therapists, to balance it out a bit. Yeah.
Thank you.
Your neighbor.
Hi, I'd love to thank you for this presentation. I'm really interested in the way you deal with attitudes of misogyny or homophobia or racism within the group. How can you deal with this? Do you just set aside and watch the dynamic of the conversation? Do you have to intervene? How do you deal with this in general?
This touches on a very important kind of question in the current debate, in the professional debate, really, because it's very clear that these things need to be kind of worked with. It must not just happen. Imagine someone insults another member in the group. So nowadays, the thinking is that the conductor needs to be actually much more active. You cannot just sit there and say nothing, but you have to call it out. We need to think about this because this can be experienced as quite racist, what you just said. Yeah? Because often the victim is unable to say it. They might feel silenced. Yeah? Especially if it's only one member who is different from the others in the group. Very difficult. And it can happen, if that's not contained, this process, it can happen that people get damaged in a group. So, yeah.
instead of being therapeutic, it becomes more traumatic.
Yes, and one contribution to theory has been the concept of the anti-group. You know, there's always a group, but there's also a lot of destructive tendencies in the group. They need to be worked with, otherwise they can destroy a group. Not to deny that Fuchs himself was very optimistic about it all. And I'm optimistic about groups, but also that does not mean closing one's eyes to group dynamics that can be very dangerous, yeah. Scapegoating, for example.
I have a question.
Just a comment. I thought about another analytic groups that are, for example, for therapists, Balint group that works with psychodrama, from Moreno invention. And then there is a psychodrama, individual psychodrama, and which is a small group because there is a game conductor and other therapists that make play a role, actor with the patient. It's a small group, but it's individual psychodrama, and there is group psychodrama. That's interesting also to try.
It is. So Fuchs and Moreno worked together for a while, just a brief period. And currently my supervision group in London, there's one psychodrama therapist in the same supervision group. And it's very interesting to see how much more active actually a psychodrama therapist is. You know, he needs to direct a bit more than the conductor does. Yeah. That's interesting comparisons. Yeah. It is different. Yeah. Thanks for your questions.
So thank you all for this really nice session. And now we made up quite some time. We're almost on schedule again now. So I suggest we do take half an hour break, roughly, half an hour. And we meet around 4:30. Okay? Thank you very much.
So please have a seat. We will start to our last session for this afternoon and for the conference. Oh, it's nice that still there are some people here. And from what I've seen on the program, I think we will have a very interesting finish.
For topic 4, what will the future bring? We invite Dr. Manal Maalash to present her lecture, How Can Information Technology Be Helpful for Psychiatry?
Thank you. While my presentation is getting ready, I would like to thank the organizing committee of this Congress for the excellent organization and the very good scientific program. And I will also like to say welcome to our German house and thank the young Tunisian doctors for giving us this opportunity to share our knowledge, to exchange, to benefit from each other's experiences. It's not ready yet? Okay. Unfortunately, today. That's it. Thank you. Welcome everybody. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. And today I will try to take the challenge of answering to the question, how can information technology be helpful for psychiatry? And to introduce this presentation, I think we should first start by defining information technology, and it can be defined as a set of tools, processes, and methodologies and associated equipment employed to collect, process, and present information. In broad terms, IT also includes multimedia and telecommunications. And I have to admit that when I first started working on the IT field in 2016, I couldn't help thinking about the limits between IT and ET. I don't know whether you know it, the extraterrestrial hero of Steven Spielberg's film, released in 1983, because what is considered nowadays as IT would have seemed to belong rather to the ET world if it had been discussed in another era. Indeed, in 1907, Einstein received this letter from the University of Bern telling him, "We find your assumptions to look more artistic than actual physics." And I guess we all know what happened afterwards. Now, let's talk about numbers, let's talk about epidemiology, and I will take into account the numbers given by the World Health Organization, which estimated in 2014 that that the number of people who would experience mental disorders in their lifetime would reach 29%. And according to the same organization, unfortunately, many people with mental illnesses don't get the help they need, both in developing countries such as Germany and in the developing countries such as Tunisia. And although many factors might explain this treatment gap, there is a shortage of trained mental health professionals, which plays a crucial role, especially in the developing countries. The good news is, although mental health care professionals are in short supply, IT are definitely not. And according to the projection that you can see on this figure, the global smartphone adoption rate is high both in the developed countries and in the developing countries. And I'm sorry, I don't see numbers. It's the first time I present in such and not having my screen in front of me, so I'm sorry, I can't really read the exact numbers, but I think it's around 76% for the developed countries by 2020, and yet these projections didn't take into account the COVID-19 pandemic. And according to the same organization, the COVID-19 pandemic triggered a 25% increase in prevalence of anxiety and depression worldwide. And thanks to IT, we were not obliged to go through a really social distancing like our ancestors were obliged to do a few decades ago when they experienced previous pandemics. We, in this era, thanks to IT, we switched from social distancing to physical distancing with social connectedness, and IT allowed us to have this connectedness. Now we will talk specifically about IT for psychiatry, or what are the advances that scientists have reached so far, and we will start by basic, I would say basic IT, such as sensors, and they might seem basic, but some authors considered that they might allow us to make a digital phenotyping, just like the genetic phenotyping scientists do in other fields. And there are mainly two types of sensors. There are body-worn sensors and environmental sensors. For body-worn sensors, as an example, we can consider actigraphy, which is a watch-like device that can be worn on the wrist or in the ankle and records the amount of movement in the 3 dimensions of the space. It might give us information about the sleep quality, the state of our patient. There's another body-worn sensor, which is very useful. I mean geolocation, which allows to locate a person in real time, and it is especially useful for old people with dementia who might get lost sometimes. Among body-worn sensors, we also find physiological parameter sensors, which allow us to make the measurement of cardiovascular, respiratory, and electrodermal activity, and these information give us an idea about the emotional state of our patients. Nowadays, all these body-worn sensors are available in smartwatches, which have become more affordable in the recent years. Now, in addition to body-worn sensors, there are environmental sensors, and the example I would give is voice analysis, which gives us an idea about the emotional intensity and valence of our patient. Now we will move on to see digital solutions, and the first solution I will talk about is virtual reality. Those of you who watch the Johnny English movies would recognize this scene where the famous British actor, Ronan Atkin, uses virtual reality and then goes out and he lives different experiences. And virtual reality requires a helmet or a big screen and consists in a virtual damping of the person in a chosen environment. It allows to reproduce a situation of real life. It's especially helpful for cognitive and behavioral therapy of phobic disorders such as arachnophobia, which is, of course, the fear of spiders. Another digital solution is represented by telemedicine, which consists in a consultation between a patient and a remote doctor. It's particularly feasible in psychiatry because we don't always need to make a physical examination for our patients. And in Tunisia, our friends and colleagues started an experience with allopsy.tn for psychotherapy, and they are trying to help patients through internet-delivered cognitive and behavioral therapy. Now we will focus on mobile mental health, and there are different kinds of smartphone apps. There are passive apps which do not require direct participation of the patient. It relies on an autonomous gathering of data, and the app gets the information needed through the different smartphones' sensors. In addition, there are active apps where patients are meant to be active. They have to participate directly, to answer questions, to complete logos, etc. And these applications might be diagnostic applications which monitor or record symptoms, and might also be intervention applications such as mobile therapy or health reminders, which remind schizophrenic patients or patients with dementia that it's time they take their pills. And smartphone applications are available for the different mental health disorders we have to manage in our daily practice. And there are even the internet delivered, for example, cognitive behavioral therapy is mentioned in some guidelines, such as the guidelines of the Royal Australian and New Zealand College of Psychiatrists, released in 2018. Now we will move on to talk about more sophisticated digital solutions, which include artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, and natural language processing. I would tell you about 3 examples, but there are many in the literature. The first example is a study researchers conducted, where they asked participants for their consent in order to extract their what they call digital biomarkers through the way they use their smartphone, and in particular, the keystroke and the scrolling patterns, the way they touch the smartphone and the way they go through the different images and the different videos. And then they ask the participants to complete extensive gold standard neuropsychological tasks. After that, a machine learning algorithm identified digital features associated with processing speed, verbal memory, and measures of executive function. The second example is the use of chatbots supported by sophisticated artificial intelligence. And in this study, the researchers, what they did, they took a group of patients and they asked them to use a chatbot which uses a fully automated conversational agent that reinforce CBT techniques in a text message format. It means that they have to interact with this agent, which runs automatically, but tries to respect the principles and the techniques of CBT. And then they put another group, control, which received only information. What they noticed is a significantly greater decrease in depressive symptoms among individuals in the intervention group. So it was efficient somehow. The last example I would give you is the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning for suicide prevention. And there are people who tried to make a literature review on this subject, and their conclusion was 2 recommendations mainly. The first one is the application of natural language processing to social media. Natural language processing means the analysis of what the patient posts on Facebook or on Twitter, using keywords, for example, the keywords which might refer to suicide, for example. And they may also analyze the speech of the patient when he receives phone calls or calls through Messenger, WhatsApp, etc. And the second recommendation, the integration of artificial intelligence with real-time suicide risk assessments. These 2 measures would allow us to better prevent suicide. Now I will be more pragmatic, I would say. I will talk about our work, and the first work I'm proud to present is the result of a Tunisian-German collaboration. It's the result of a collaboration between researchers from the University of Sfax, the Faculty of Medicine of Sfax, and the Digital Research Center of Sfax, and researchers from the Department of Mathematics and Computer Sciences of the University of Marburg in Germany, and it was published in the proceedings of the 17th International Conference on Smart Living and Public Health in 2019. It consists in a smartphone application which is based on deep learning, where the phone calls, where the patient receives phone calls, there will be a deep learning model which will analyze the voice of the patient, and then if it detects a depressive episode through this speech analysis, it will transfer the information to a cloud, and then the information will be available on the web dashboard, and thus the patient, his family, and his doctor might have access to this information and might act rapidly. The second work is a Tunisian app which has been conceived in collaboration with students of the National School of Engineering in Sfax, and is mainly an application of CBT in insomnia. It's an internet-delivered CBT, finally, with specific techniques appropriate to the management of insomnia. Last but not least, we also conceived a Tunisian application in collaboration with the Tunisian startup Amal XR, which is meant to use virtual reality exposure therapy for acrophobia. And as you know, this exposure therapy means that the patient has to face his fears, and with an increasing degree of fear, so there are many levels of exposure. Now, unfortunately, there are still many challenges which prevented us, among others, to make clinical trials in Tunisia. And the first challenge is legal issues, which depends on the country. In Tunisia, in the recent years, and especially after the COVID pandemic, there has been a move to have new laws which would be more flexible, which would allow us to have the freedom to use IT, but these laws are still not enough. We have to work more, we have to convince the policymakers in order to improve the laws. The second issue is about ethics, and especially dealing with privacy concerns, because, you know, applications sometimes might require the storage of phone calls of patients. So to what extent do we have the right to have the access of this patient's intimacy? Another challenge is the lack of studies testing the efficacy of applications with clinical populations. But in recent years, I have to admit that we can see more and more clinical trials trying to show the efficacy of IT. And last but not least, the use of smartphone might be a double-edged weapon. Indeed, smartphone, as you know, might become the object of an addiction in itself, and it might pave the way to other behavioral addictions such as cybersex and video games addiction. So we need to carefully manage the initial phases of patients using this technology and make sure they are well monitored. In conclusion, I would just remind you that IT are very helpful in psychiatry. They allow to improve the objectivity and the homogeneity of the medical information collected. But they are not intended to replace the methods of clinical analysis currently used, and they remain additional help tools. And I invite you to change our practice. I invite you to try to integrate IT into our daily practice. And I know that change is first at heart, is messy in the middle, but it is gorgeous at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Manal, for the quality of your lecture. Are there any questions?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Maalaj, for the great presentation. I actually have one remark and one question. The first question is about your experience, the app that you developed in the Tunisian-German collaboration. What was the objective? You said you detected depression through the analysis of voices. If you can explain more who is the target of this app. And the second one is I wanted to talk about the legal issues. My co-founder and we founded in 2016 a startup called vSober, and it's a virtual reality exposure therapy tool. We developed 4 environments that were tested in the the doctoral thesis of Dr. Sirin Ben Said for cannabis users, and we had some great results. So the remark is that we faced 2 challenges. The first one is we didn't have a legal set to sell this app, and the second one is that when we reached out to psychiatrists, they were not interested in buying such a tool. Because maybe one is the theme that we wanted to tackle, maybe because cannabis users don't usually go in Tunisia to psychiatrists, and maybe also because Tunisian psychiatrists do not, how to say it? Not willing, but are not, there is, I don't know if it's a fear or some resistance to use virtual reality and to use the IT for psychiatry. So that's
thank you, Sirin. So I'll start by the first question about the app we conceived in collaboration with our German partners. Actually, it's meant to help the doctor in the follow-up of his patients suffering from mood disorders, so MDD, major depressive disorder, and bipolar disorder. And through the deep learning program, there will be an analysis of the patient's voice. And we all know that among others, when our patient is depressed, there will be a change in his voice. So it was developed in order to detect this change in the voice of the patient. And when it notices this change, it would inform the patient, the doctor, and the family in order to have an early management. And of course, we all know that the major risk of mood disorders is suicide, so we would save lives in case it happens. But we faced mainly the challenge of the data privacy. And as I told you, it needs a server, a cloud. And the problem is that we don't, among others, we don't have a Tunisian cloud. And now the policymakers are trying to let's say, to have Tunisian clouds in order to resolve this data privacy concern. This is for the first question. For the second remark or maybe comment, I think that virtual reality, I think it's one of the most known things about IT. I think that most doctors, most people are getting familiar with the virtual reality, and the legal issues are, let's say, less than other fields. I mean, there will not be, for example, a data privacy concern when we are using only virtual reality, not like deep learning or machine learning, okay? So maybe I think I understand that psychiatrists are still not ready to adopt these technologies. We have to work on it. Maybe we have to better explain. Maybe we have to show better. Maybe we have to offer them free trials so that they would accept it. And maybe we should assist each other when we use the apps of each other. Maybe after that, I think that cannabis in particular, I think there will be another legal issue, which is about the Tunisian law of drug use. And cannabis, I don't think, as long as the law doesn't change, patients will have many difficulties to access, to ask for help. And I think that another effort we have to make is with policymakers about the law concerning the drug consumption in Tunisia. I think we have two major efforts to make. Thank you.
Other questions?
First of all, I'd love to thank you for this great presentation, but it triggered in me some fears. As I didn't want to, as a medical professional working in the field of technology, have you experienced the fear of being replaced by technology?
I think it's a fear we all share somehow. Replaced, not really. Maybe to become not as useful as I am today, but I don't think that IT would replace us one day. And even maybe because I worked a lot with engineers, with people who in the field of digital research, and with what I understood is that now the limit maybe is about everything emotional. I mean that they managed to create robots, etc., but they don't have found so far they haven't found a solution for the emotional aspect of human beings. So I don't think that they could respect us in the next future. They could replace us in the next future. I don't know.
Thank you, Dr. Maalish, for your intervention. I have so many other fears to deal with. First of all, the privacy question. 10 years ago, we was under an authoritarian regime. How we can expect people to accept to be recorded in each and every phone call? That's my first point of view. The second one is the fact that the interpretation that the patient is recorded, it will bias the voice, first thing. The interpretation of in what that this record will be used also. You talk about bipolar disorder, and they can have delusion, as any patient, other patient. And the last remark is how to predict an episode only from the voice.
Thank you. It's not about, as I said, it's not about predicting only from the voice. It's about, let's say, drawing the attention of the patient, of the family, of the doctor. And then after that, there will be an exhaustive assessment in order to check whether it is really a depressive episode or not. So as I said in the last slide, they remain helpful tools. So they will not replace us. We don't suggest that they might replace us. They will only help us. We are not all the time next to our patients. So maybe if we have a tool which would draw our attention to a particular patient in distress, maybe that would be helpful. We have to try it. And then for the privacy concerns, of course, as I said, it's an issue, it's a global issue. But I think because we suggest to few patients to try the app, and they accept it. Maybe I don't know. We are all different, and so are our patients. So maybe for some patients, privacy is more important than getting I don't know, a specific help. But for other patients, they are ready. They are taking everything we propose in order to get better. So it depends on the patient. But I think not all the patients will accept. I think that there will be patients who will accept, there will be patients who will refuse this solution, and they have the right to, and we have to respect this, but it's worth trying.
So, thank you very much for these interesting perspectives. And we come to our next speaker for this afternoon. I would like to introduce to you Professor Uta Wali. Uta Wali is German by origin, but I think I can say she is Tunisian by heart. Yeah. She studied at the medical school at the Freiburg University in Germany, and she is specialized in CBT in Lyon in France. And currently she's working as a psychiatrist at Razi Hospital, La Manouba, and also as a lecturer in Tunis Medical School. Welcome, Dr. Wali.
Thank you very much. So, do you hear me? Yeah, okay. So no, first of all, once again, I really would like to express my gratitude to the organizers, and also to thank you for really making me part of this very important and also very emotional event. So thank you once again. Now, why did I want to talk about imagery and metaphors in psychotherapy? Now, in fact, I came to realize the importance of imagery and metaphors through my work as a CBT therapist. In fact, I would work rather more, let's say, spontaneously with images and metaphors that the patient would give me. And then when I saw the impact that it had on them, the emotional impact and the change that sometimes it made in them, then I started working with images and metaphors more consciously and more, let's say, structured. Now, mental imagery, in fact, there are common ways. These are critical features of all effective human communication, and somehow we all communicate all the time in terms of metaphors, in terms of images, without even realizing it, because they tend to convey very complex or often hard to describe human experiences. And also because they induce emotions, and generally they induce stronger emotions in us than we would only induce by purely verbal communication. Now, mental imagery and their interrelations with emotions also play a core role in many mental disorders. I just give you the example of post-traumatic stress disorders, but also many anxiety disorders, where just the vision or the mental image could provoke intense anxiety or a revival of a stressful situation. And that's why, and we all know that the imagery of a situation can, in fact, activate in the brain exactly just the image, the mental image of the situation can activate the same brain areas as, in fact, if you would actually live or relive the situation. Now. That's why also we can say that imagery plays a more and more important role in psychotherapeutic treatment. Now, I had a look at PubMed to see when I did my literature research on the subject, and I realized that really research in the domain is not new at all. I mean, we've seen there are the first publication date back to 1947. But what I found interesting is that really that there's really a growing research interest for the use of imagery for imagery, especially in psychotherapy, especially over the last two decades. Whereas for the metaphor part, this interest is apparently not that important. However, when I had a closer look at the papers, there were many papers in terms of imagery that were related to motor cognition, or that were in terms of using mental imagery for patients in critical care or in the preoperative phases of their illness, or not illness, in preoperative phase of let's say a surgical treatment. Now, for the plan of my presentation, I would like to talk first of all about the characteristics of images and metaphors in psychotherapy. Then I would talk about the use of imagery and metaphors in different types of psychotherapies, give the example of some practical applications, and then show the efficacy or some studies of efficacy of imagery and metaphor therapies. First of all, now, what are images and metaphors? I'll start it by making it really simple. So mental imagery, what is it? It's, in fact, these are mental representations and the accompanying experience of sensory information without a direct external stimulus. What does it mean? It means that these are representations that are recalled from memory and that they lead to re-experience a version of the original stimulus or some novel combination of stimuli. However, these are not hallucinations, because the difference between mental imagery and hallucination is that mental imagery, you can generally control it at least to some extent. Now, different types of mental imagery. Now, you have first of all, receptive images. Receptive images, this means these are images that appear spontaneously in the conscious mind. This might be like when I sit, for example, you're sitting here and you can't follow me anymore, and you just start sort of daydreaming or thinking of, oh, how would it be nice now to be on the seaside and have another swim in the ocean, whatever. This might be hypnagogic or hypnopompic imagery, and to a certain extent also dreams. But dreams, they're still a bit different, because then you're sleeping. So when we're talking about the real conscious mind, which is awake. I just mentioned them because they are still, you all know, they are quite used in therapy, especially in psychodynamic therapy. Now, then, in opposite to the receptive images, we have what we call active memory. And in fact, these involve conscious and deliberate, it involves the conscious and deliberate effort in constructing images. And it's often a sequence of fantasies, especially it's, for example, children who do it, who live in very uncomfortable situations, that would create their own world, let's say, to escape difficulties in the real world, for example. And then you could also make a difference between concrete and versus symbolic imagery. For example, concrete imagery, it could be that you have lost your keys at home, and you will try to remember, and through imagery, okay, so where did I go when I've seen them last time, and then I'll go there and there and there. And this is very concrete. It's just showing all your house and everything, the rooms that are in there. On the other hand, like symbolic imageries, I remember, for example, the case of a patient that recently came to us in a group therapy, and he depicted his father as a Superman. It was a patient who had bipolar disorder, and especially in the early stages of this disorder, he had to be admitted several times. He was severely suicidal, and he always had a very close relationship to his father. And it was his father who really made him sort of really improve, and the illness has been really supportive. So the symbolic image that he has is that the father is the Superman. Now, what are metaphors now, on the other hand? So metaphors, it's derived from Greek. Meta meaning over or across or above, whereas parain means to carry from one place to another. Now, in a literal sense, it means it's a figure of speech that implies comparison between two unlike entities. And usually what you have is you have one more concrete entity, and which is supposed to describe one more abstract entity. So if I give an example, for example, you say in French, I just say it in French, for example, you say, oh, ça c'est la locomotive de l'équipe. So it's the locomotive of the team. Or in Arabic, you would say, "Yidawar fi dulab." That means that that's the first. And also, what's interesting is that the sense is not that far in the three different languages, meaning that in fact you are the locomotive is the one who's sort of steering the whole train, all the wagons of the train, and this is the one who is bringing the team forward, who has lots of energy, who has the ideas, and who is able to really lead on the team. Now, this is an example for a metaphor. So as you can imagine, this kind using metaphors, this really creates a very expressive and powerful language. And also a very important part, it makes otherwise inaccessible feelings visible to others. I give you some other example for metaphors. For example, you say it in English and in German, but you say also something a bit related in Arabic, so wolf in sheep's clothing. You would say in German, Wolf im Schafspelz. And in Arabic, you would say, Rud belik minnu rahu deep. Deep in Arabic means also, it's a wolf, but you don't have the idea of that he's wearing like a sheep's clothing, but the idea that it conveys, it's all the same. What it means, in fact, the wolf, in all these different languages means it's not a person, it's an animal who has, you know, who might be mean, who might be deceitful, who might even sometimes be violent, you know, and it's somebody you don't realize it easily that it's a person or that it's an animal he's like this, and this is of course transferred to a person. Another very important let's say, qualificative of metaphors is that they really are expressing emotions, and they express them in a very strong way. So, for example, and we use them in fact in everyday life. If you say, for example, if you are angry, so in English you would say, I'm burning with anger, or I'm fuming. In German you would say, ich explodiere vor Wut. And in Arabic, you would say bishnet klata. Bishnet klata, but also means, in fact, it's not even real Arabic because it's derived from French, meaning éclater. Je vais éclater. Yeah, so, huh? Yish'al, yeah. Or you could say, yeah, yish'al, so meaning you start burning. Okay, so just to say what's interesting, that there's a very sort of transcultural overlap, in fact, in the use of these metaphors. Now, then something else, what I would say, or maybe you might ask, what's the difference now between imagery and metaphors? In fact, they resemble each other in many ways, as you might see, but the only difference really is that although they are both representations, now the image, in terms of when you talk about imagery, you as a person, you are inside the picture, whereas a metaphor, you are usually outside the picture. That's the point. That's the most important difference. Now, about use of images and metaphors in different types of therapies. I'll go back. Now, in fact, these are techniques, in fact, that have been used for centuries, in fact, in a variety of forms. They have already been used in Greek times. They have been used in Chinese medicine. There are many forms of imagery or guided imagery, even exercises that have been used in especially American Indian traditions, also for healing sort of ceremonies. But in more modern times, of course, we can say that most psychotherapies have, at least to a certain extent, integrated at least some form of imagery. Now here what I show you is a simplified schema, in fact, from a book from Singer, who wrote about really the imagery in psychotherapy and the different uses, etc. And what you see, the dark blue are really the theoretical underpinnings, and you can have, and if you see like going from the left to the right, you would have like the more you go to the right, these would be approaches. It's very simplified, honestly, but just to give you a global impression. The more you go to the left, to the right, the more, in fact, these are therapies which would integrate imagery and metaphors into their therapeutical work. Now you have on the left the more sort of behavioral, rational thought and cognitive approaches with Wolpe, with Skinner, etc., Beck. So with starting with Albert Ellis with rational emotive therapy, then the cognitive behavioral, the classical, let's say, cognitive behavioral therapy, and then the third wave, CBT, which started integrating many features of imagery or metaphors into their therapeutic work. Also lots of time borrowing, in fact, things from psychodynamic therapies or humanistic and existential therapies. Now, I would like to give some more examples. Now, in psychodynamic therapy, of course, especially the classical psychoanalysis from Freud would rely heavily on the report of dreams and also daydreams. The patient would engage in free association, and the therapist, in fact, would reinforce when there were specific imagery of early memories, recent dreams, or vivid fantasies that would appear. Now, concerning hypnotherapy, I think I won't say that much because most of you have assisted, I think, in the workshop that were there. Just two ideas. So, in fact, the imagery there has benefits for changing dissociative states, for example, and especially in the induction phase of hypnotherapy, a lot of imagery is used. I mean, you focus, of course, on breathing, on muscular relaxation, but also heavily on visualization. Then Gestalttherapie, a more like humanistic therapy. So I would just like to cite here the empty chair technique, which the idea is that, in fact, you have two chairs in the room, and that the patient, in fact, he can act out different parts of himself in case of an intrapsychic conflict, or he can act out like a dialogue with another person or another or an imagined thing, which is in the other chair. Now, art therapy, of course, there's imagery and also metaphors are used to facilitate expression of experience. And then you have positive psychology, where, in fact, which is supposed to help patients to become aware of the positivity which is inside them, but also which surrounds them. And through imagery, they learn to capture happy moments and to increase joy in general. And last but not least, you have general medicine. So there are lots of applications, in fact, of imagery in general medicine, especially in critical care, to cope also with cancer. And the idea there is that patients sort of almost imagine that they are inside their body, look inside their body, and represent the cells, like that. Let's say the cells, the immunological cells that would fight the cancer cells. This is one example. Now, for classical CBT and third wave CBT, classical CBT. We've seen also in the workshop, I think, that especially you have imaginative exposure, which could be used as a standalone technique or as an introductory technique to then go over to in vivo exposure. You could use it as exposure to past trauma. You could use it in more rather cognitive, as a cognitive technique to teach certain coping techniques, to express specific ideas, or to elicitate early memories. This was especially Beck who has introduced this when he was talking about his schemas, the schema in cognitive therapy, in theory. Now, concerning third wave CBT, as I told you, there's already much more imagery and metaphors that are used and that have been especially borrowed, like from the more like psychodynamic therapies and humanistic therapies. For example, in mindfulness-based cognitive therapy and in dialectical behavior therapy, you would have this focus on increasing awareness of the body and of the present moment, and it's working a lot with body awareness images. The acceptance and commitment therapy of this, there are metaphors are used to transmit specific ideas. You would have schema therapy, where once again the empty chair technique is used that has been borrowed from Gestalttherapie. Or you would have EMDR, recalling trauma, maybe in a different way than would be with more classical CT centered on trauma. Now, I would come to practical application of imagery and metaphors. In fact, for many patients, when we're working with imagery, for many patients, imagery can be sort of an unknown territory. When we start, they might have lots of resistance to work with them because they have the idea that somehow they have to give off control. And so they might be resistant to use it. So to start with, for example, it's interesting to bring up sort of a very specific and very real, concrete memory. After of course, having learned to relax. So it could be a scene of the last dinner, for example, that they had with their family, that you would ask them to close their eyes, to relax, and then to remember this scene, and to ask them, can you imagine the room where you're sitting in? Can you see yourself at the dinner table? Exactly, can you see how you're sitting, who is sitting beside you, how does it feel like to sit, also to integrate other senses into this sort of visual, primarily visual experience. Then look at the table, note the plates, look at the colors, the kinds of plates that you're using, see what kind of food you're having, can you smell the food, do you like the way it tastes, and finally, can you see yourself eating? You know, and this all, like the idea is that patients realize that, okay, just by imagining a very concrete experience, it might be a good introduction for them to realize, okay, this is something they can do, and it's nothing to be that afraid of. So that was the idea. Okay, then one other example is imagery. When working with imagery, it's about imagery rescripting. Now, this is the idea when you hear imagery rescripting. In fact, it means that it's like rewriting a plot. A plot of memories, mostly traumatic memories or disturbing memories that patients experience mostly during their childhood years. Now, so usually the therapist will engage in some sort of guided imagery, and he will guide the patient to revisit the traumatic memory. And at a key point where really, like, as you see, like, for example, here in this picture where this boy is held by his father in a very sort of aggressive way, the therapist will intervene, or the patient, or the therapist will invite the patient to intervene in the image. And so that the patient could regain control over the event or create new outcomes. Like, for example, in this image, he could ask, for example, that the mother who maybe has closed her eyes about all this, so the patient could ask the mother to come in and help this little boy out of the situation. Or the older self of this young boy would come in and discuss with the father and explain to him that what he's doing is not right, for example. So in a way, the aim is to connect the patient to his unmet core needs, and which were resulting, in fact, from this traumatic memory or from this experience. Now, major benefits of imagery. First of all, it's, of course, bypassing verbal roadblocks to enable direct access to emotions. Now, usually there are some patients who would overuse, in fact, rational or very concrete thought, which might block their ability to express emotions. And we all know that without focusing, in fact, on emotions, there is no effective change in psychotherapy that's possible. Another benefit would be utilizing imagery for eliciting and working through memories. This effectiveness has been proven, and many patients, in fact, come for therapy because of disturbing memories, and so this might be a primary way to work with them. It might also help to facilitate mind-body connections, and in fact there's much literature which exists on imagery that relates to connection between mind and body. And in fact, through guided imagery, patients can, for example, learn to control body functions like heart rate, like blood pressure, like respiratory rate, and it might help cope patients with physical disease. Another major benefit is searching for meaning. Well, people are always in search for meaning, and so imagery can help them to increase awareness of what they are, of the world that they live in, it can help them to attach personal meanings or new meanings to themselves or to social systems, and this is through imagery. Last but not least, so it can foster pleasure and positive thinking. the idea is that through imagery you can also imagine just positive situations or positive outcomes. For example, this is often used in positive psychology, but also, for example, when you have a test anxiety. And sort of to overcome this, you can imagine yourself already having succeeded in this exam, which on the one hand reduces anxiety and increases also motivation to go on and to keep on with the therapy. Pitfalls of working with imagery. Now, of course, you have to be careful to not expose patients to events that they cannot yet cope with. So that's why you really have to slow down when the emotions are too traumatic. And another pitfall might be with patients with severe mental illness and poor reality testing. Now there you can only use reality-based imagery, and also only if the therapist has really appropriate experience. Now, working with metaphors. First of all, we have to distinguish between patient-generated metaphors and therapist-generated metaphors. Now, when you have patient-generated metaphors, the idea is that you could explore with them the meaning that they put into this metaphor, and also you could help them to transform this metaphor. So I'll give you the example of a patient I treated. It was a 20-year-old law student, a girl who came for panic attacks, and in fact she had a family history of bipolar disorder, and in addition she had histrionic personality traits. Now, the panic attacks, we were able to treat them with CBT and with medication, so we really had to do a combination. But then the problem was also that it was somebody who was not motivated for studies, on the one hand because she was somebody who was more interested in going out and having fun in life rather than continuing her studies, but also because it was the family who was, especially the mother, who herself was a lawyer, who wanted her to become a lawyer, and she was not 100%, let's say, convinced, but she didn't have any other plans either. So I tried all kinds of, let's say, more classical CBT methods, and then at one point she came up with this metaphor and said to me, "You know what? In fact, I feel like a playful dolphin." I was like, "Oh, okay," and so she said, "No, what do you mean?" She said, "Yeah, well, I want to advance. I want to finish my studies, but there are so many things that keep me from doing so, and I'm feeling like this, and I'm happy just being in the sea and turning around, you know." And then we worked really on this metaphorical image, and so we ended up that she would still be this playful dolphin, which is nice. I think it's a nice attribute. It's a nice metaphor, but that she would have an aim, and this aim would, in fact, to cross the Atlantic Ocean, because she was also somebody who liked America, and it's one of her dreams is one day to go to America. Now, what we came up with, she's a playful dolphin. She would cross the Atlantic Ocean, go to America, and find more freedom at the end. But also she would have a companion, which was in fact her boyfriend, a companion dolphin who would help her as soon as she sort of gets too distracted, to bring her back to the way, so let her some freedom, and also to support her when she got anxious or when she got too distracted. So this was the idea, and I was so positively surprised, because it managed her to finish the year and to get her bachelor's degree, and after having really tried all kinds of, let's say, classic CBT methods. So this really, I found this very, motivational for me also to go on into this direction. Now, another kind of way of working with metaphors, as I said, is therapist-generated metaphors. And you use them in a maybe more structured way as metaphoric interpretations and to transmit specific ideas. Now, two sort of very classical examples are the quicksand example, which was in acceptance commitment therapy, and also the wave, which represents emotions and which you would use especially in dialectical behavior therapy, or also in work with adolescents who have emotion regulation problems, so that they can better support like very strong emotions. Now, last part, it's about the efficacy of imagery and metaphor therapies. Now, in fact, what I found is mostly studies in terms of at least meta-analysis or systematic reviews. This was all about more, let's say, cognitive behavior-oriented studies, and mostly treating, in fact, trauma. Now, I present you this meta-analysis from imagery restricting as a clinical intervention for aversive memories. Now, this search identified 19 trials, but what's interesting, there were not only patients with PTSD, but there was also trials for patients with social anxiety disorder, body dysmorphic disorder, major depression, bulimia, and OCD. And in fact, they found very large effect sizes, and this in a very small number of sessions. In fact, the mean number of sessions was only 4.5 sessions, which is sort of looks like quite an effective therapy at this point. Another systematic review in meta-analysis I found about trauma-focused treatments for depression in general. Now, there were 11 RCTs that were included, most of them using EMDR. And they also found that EMDR would be an effective treatment. Now, that's what's interesting is for depression, so it's not focused directly on let's say, real trauma or post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, the rich or the variety of or the proof of efficacy has made that, of course, the EMDR and also CBT centered on trauma have found their entry into the most of the treatment guidelines. What you see here is a systematic review of the treatment guidelines for PTSD. In fact, between 2004 and 2020, there were 14 guidelines that were published. All of them recommended CBT as a first-line psychological treatment for PTSD, but also EMDR was included as a first-line psychological option in 43% of the guidelines.
Okay, so we have 2 more minutes left.
Okay, I'm almost done. Now, one last thing, one last study about therapeutic metaphors. In fact, there have been much less studies. I just present you this very new study from the Journal of Advanced in Psychological Science. Now, mostly the efficacy of metaphors was tested by adding it to traditional therapy approaches, like more traditional CBT approaches. And it was shown to be an effective tool, really, with unique advantages in cognitive processing and transmitting therapeutic information. And this on both theoretical and empirical perspectives. Now, to conclude. Now, I hope I've been able to show you that really imagery and metaphors are an integral part of most psychotherapies, and which really enable to have an easier access to emotion than words could ever do, really. And I think I've also shown you that there are some approaches that have also shown efficacy, and the problem is just I think there are many approaches that have not been tested often enough to be able to have some studies, but it doesn't presume that they aren't efficient. Now, and also, as you see now, I've put the same picture in the beginning as in the end. In fact, I've chosen this painting from Salvador Dalí on purpose because it expresses, in fact, so many things that I tried to say in this presentation. In fact, what's confusing about this picture is that you have this really super realistic image that conveys sort of very impossible or dreamlike scenes and so many metaphors, and it's called the persistence of memory. And I thank you for your attention.
So thank you, Dr. Wali, for these interesting insights. Do we have questions, remarks, observations? images or metaphors coming up in your heads? Micro? Really, and Dr. Maalej, if you collaborate, perhaps one time it would be possible to, when the patient is imagining something, perhaps the IT will help us to look at the same time to what he's seeing, what he's smelling, what he's... I don't know, it would be perhaps possible. Do you imagine it would be possible?
It would be frightening, I think. I think what would be rather frightening, to be honest. Possible, I imagine that it will be possible at some stage, but I don't know whether it's something that we really wish, you see. Yeah, well.
I think it might be useful with some patients, maybe patients with alexithymia or patients who have difficulties to express their emotions, their feelings, their thoughts. So it might be helpful to some extent. It's all about the limits, it's all about ethics. So technically, I think it would be feasible, but from an ethical point of view, I don't know to what extent we could allow ourselves to do so.
Okay, any other questions or remarks? So we are getting towards the end of our session, and I will hand over to my colleague, Professor Pschorr.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to introduce the last talk of that great Congress, and I'm not in the position to give the closing remarks. We will have that after that session, but I really want to take the opportunity to say thanks to all the organizers and to the audience for that fantastic Congress and that fantastic surrounding with all these fantastic presentations and the fantastic colleagues I've met. And because I've met you, I'm sure you have enough energy for our last presentation. So it's a great pleasure for me to introduce Dr. Jonathan Hensler. He is working at the Department of Psychiatry at St. Hedwig Hospital, which is a part of the Charité University Hospital in Berlin. And you all already know St. Hedwig Hospital because Dr. Martin Voss yesterday introduced the Soteria, which is part of the St. Hedwig Hospital. Dr. Hensler is on its way to become a psychoanalyst, and in addition, he's not only a psychotherapist and a psychiatrist, but he is a very successful researcher. He's leading the research group for meta-analysis, and also, although he is still very young, he is very successful and has published a lot of very high-ranking research papers, meta-analysis, and I had the privilege to be a part and to collaborate with some of his projects. And so now we will hear about ADHD and psychotherapy. Dr. Hensler, please.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction, and most of all, thank you for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I think you have put together such a rich Congress and program by now, and we talked about this earlier. You have managed to really take part, or really make sure that all the 4 areas of a balanced life, as we have heard by Dr. Pezeshkian, are taken care of. We have the good food, the swimming in the ocean, then the work, of course, then but most importantly, the relationships and the transcultural exchange. And I think we all have gotten some meaning for and purpose for our work as psychotherapists. So thank you so much for that. Then I would like to tell you something about ADHD. And as you see, this might be a little bit a provocative title, but in my defense, Sondor Sua asked me to present a provocative title. So this is what I came up with. But then maybe it isn't so provocative, because when I started, some years ago, when I started my residency in psychiatry, and particularly when I started to work with ADHD patients, this was kind of the picture that I got from the clinical treatment, that it was very based on pharmacological treatment, and no, I don't see the slides. Okay. And ADHD was or is primarily conceptualized as a neurodevelopmental disorder. We have the prefrontal dysfunction, and it has been shown that there's a high degree of genetic determination of the disorder. And there is, or up to now, there is little research done and little evidence of psychotherapeutic ways or approaches to help our patients. And there is some evidence from CBT, mostly trials, but there's in general very limited data. And you could easily become nihilistic as a psychiatrist when treating these patients, I think. But on the other hand, we have extremely high variability of the courses and the manifestations of the disorder, very differently affected patients. And we know that only some of them have the symptoms into adulthood, and some of the patients, they are not affected anymore in adulthood, and we don't really have good explanations for these variability in courses and manifestations. So then let us have a look at the symptomatology, and you know that generally the disorder was, or that the core symptoms were seen, and that's also what you use for the diagnosis. You have the inattention and then the hyperactivity or impulsivity. But then most recently, there have been focus and attention has been drawn to additional symptoms in patients. And it has been shown that many of these patients actually suffer from emotional dysregulation and sociocognitive impairments. And so that by now, particularly in adult ADHD, it is more conceptualized as a broader disorder of self-dysregulation or disorder of self-regulation. And to show you this is how the symptomatology of the disorder changes over time. Then you have in childhood and school age, you predominantly have the excessive motor hyperactivity and the inattention. But then through adolescence and into adulthood, the motor hyperactivity becomes less dominant usually. You still have the restlessness and the inattention, but you have many of the patients, or most of the patients, suffer from these emotional disturbances, impulsivity, stress intolerance, and particularly low self-esteem. And so if we have a look, we could call these socio-emotional deficits in ADHD. And so we have primarily the impairments in self-regulation and particularly problems in managing interpersonal behavior. And the problem is that even with psychopharmacology, when the patients are treated with stimulants who are really effective, but they still have heightened risks of separation, of divorce, of problems in keeping friends and jobs. And so we can say that in adult ADHD, actually these socio-emotional deficits are what is most relevant often for the patients, for their quality of life and for their everyday functioning and for their relationships. So that's what they most suffer from, actually. To go further, I have to, or I'd like to introduce a concept that might be known to many of you. It's the concept of mentalization, which we need to understand the etiology of the socio-emotional deficits. So we'll shortly try to explain that. And it is an old concept that is coming from psychodynamic and psychoanalytic theory, and was first conceptualized in the 60s. And it is something that we all have, a human capacity, and it is the ability to link human behavior, our own behavior, the behavior of others, to intentional mental states. Intentional mental states are wishes, emotions, feelings, goals, and it is the ability to explain our own behavior and other people's behaviors by thinking about feelings. One explanation would be, why is Dr. Voss acting so strange all day to me, and I think he's angry, and maybe that is because yesterday I stole his bon boisson, and then I could also say that maybe why am I avoiding him all day? This might be because I feel guilty because I stole his bon, and so it's also prescribed as the ability to look upon yourself from the outside and to see others from the inside, to get an impression of that. And why do we need that? It is absolutely crucial for us to predict and understand the world around us, our social world, ourselves, other people around us, and to navigate in the social world. And it's really important for our self-regulation, and as we said, navigating the social realm. Yeah? And what was found in the last 20, 30 years, and what is really important for us to understand is, it was mostly found out, or there was ample research done in London by Peter Fonagy and Mary Target, and they found that this ability that we acquire, or that it is an ability that we acquire. We are not born with this capacity. We learn it through our lives, particularly mostly in childhood, and we learn it by others, by significant relationships, primarily through our primary caregivers. And we learn it because other people that are significant to us lend meaning to they understand us, they contain us, and they tell us or mirror us what we actually are feeling, why we're behaving like this. So if you have the little baby who's crying, and then the mother comes to the baby and says, "Oh, you're crying. I think you're hungry," and also soothes the baby, and maybe we need to feed you, or maybe later then a small child is that is in a tantrum, and the mother or father come to him and, "I understand I see you're angry because of that and that, and maybe we can do something about it." Or and you see that it's not only the mirroring, that someone else understands you and explains to you what you're feeling and why you're reacting like this, but it also has to have an element of soothing or of calming down. So this is how we learn about ourselves, about others, and this is how we learn to also regulate our emotions. And what they also found is this is highly dependent on attachment, on secure attachment. We learn it even better when we're in a secure attachment relationship. And this is a problem for many of our psychiatric patients who are insecurely attached or who have disruptions in their early attachment relationships, and they have way greater difficulties to acquire these capacities, this capacity to mentalize. So how is this important in ADHD? We said that this is a neurodevelopmental disorder. We have the impaired attention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. And first, it is quite understandable that for the patients themselves, it is to attend to your own inner feelings. You need to concentrate. You need to attend to that, and also to focus on others. behavior and emotions. You really need attention, you need concentration, and that is what is really difficult for these people, for these children and later. So that is the first part why it is way more difficult for them. But also, I think the second one is really important, that we said that is highly dependent on the primary care figures, that they can contain the feelings of their children, they can attend to them, they can mentalize the behavior and the feelings of their children. And with a very inattentive and aroused child and a hyperactive child, this is way more difficult for the parents. And their capacity to mentalize their children is very easily overstrained. So it is very easy that we have disruptions of the attachment relationships, and the parents or the caregiver persons, they get stressed themselves, and they are no longer that easily able to mentalize the children and to help them regulate. And as maybe a proxy of that, this is what I found really impressive. This is the first 10 years after the birth of a child, and compared what happens to the parents, compared when you have a child with ADHD, compared to having a child not suffering from ADHD. And you see that and within the first 10 years, that's the right side, the parents of the child are 75% more likely to be divorced after 10 years. And on the left side, you see that the parents are up to 13% less likely to be occupied, to be in work. And I think this is an approximation to how these children actually, or how the emotional and time capacities of the parents are really strained if you have a child with ADHD, and how this draws on the emotional and time capacities of the parents. So we must understand that for these children, they have a way higher risk of disturbance of the development of their reflective functioning, of their social cognition, of emotion regulation throughout the whole life. This is not only with the parents, but also with the peers, later, and then friends, which are all we learn throughout all our life, and mostly in childhood, but then also in adolescence. Peers are really important for learning about social interaction, and everywhere there, our patients, they will face greater difficulties from both sides. So let us have a look at what was found about socio-emotional deficits in ADHD, mostly adult ADHD. The reflective function or the mentalizing capacity of ADHD patients is somewhere in between those of borderline patients who really have really big problems, or very often very low capacity of mentalizing. And in between healthy controls and borderline patients, we have our ADHD patients. The second is maybe not so important, but we find that ADHD patients have a poor ability to recognize for emotion recognition. It's not that they have a general reduction in emotional intelligence. It's not that they don't understand emotions like we have in autism maybe, but rather that it is really difficult for them to become aware, to be aware of their emotions. They rather avoid thinking about their emotions, about the emotions of others. And they really have difficulties in using emotions for goal-adaptive behavior, which is so important in life. In general, they have limited access to emotional regulation strategies, and particularly on those that require higher cognitive processes, more attention and more concentration, which is easily understandable. And we see more early maladaptive schemas of emotion regulation in these patients, mostly avoidance, situative avoidance and suppression of emotion, of emotional responses, of emotional awareness. And while this can be at first a little bit adaptive, but then we all know that if you suppress your emotions and the emotional reactions, that easily leads to the emotional experience itself doesn't go away, and it leads to impairments in memory and attention, which is then becomes like a vicious cycle for these patients. So to conclude, what we said about the social and emotional deficits, for those who are or come from a psychodynamic or psychoanalytic background, this is basically what we understand, or what is called the personality structure. These patients, they have disruptions or disruptions in personality organization. We said that in adulthood, generally ADHD is conceptualized more as a broader disorder of self-regulation, and what is important is that these poor mentalizing and emotional regulation skills, they correlate with higher attention, higher inattention and hyperactivity. So the poorer the mentalizing capacity, the poorer the emotion regulation, the higher the inattention and the hyperactivity, the higher or the worse the executive functioning, the more our patients have social impairment, the lower the quality of life, and the higher the socio-emotional deficits, and the more comorbidities we find. In adult ADHD, we have our patients have from 60 to up to 90% at least one additional psychiatric disorder comorbidity. And we also find that the higher the socio-emotional deficits, the higher the likelihood that you still have symptoms in adulthood, into adulthood, that the disorder persists. So this is why, and this can actually explain some of the variability in that we find in these disorders, and it can to some extent maybe explain why only some patients still suffer in adulthood from symptoms of ADHD. Or what we find is that these socio-emotional deficits, we cannot treat them easily or comparably good with medication, with stimulants. Stimulants are quite effective in treating inattention and hyperactivity, but they're way less effective in treating the socio-emotional deficits. And the question is the same the case for psychotherapeutic approaches? And that, so we will come to the last part, or maybe this is because what will the future look like? What can we do to help our patients psychotherapeutically? And this is what is already known, maybe, and where we see some effects, some sustainable effects, mostly from CBT studies, that we help our patients through psychoeducation. This is particularly important because we said that these patients suffer from a very low self-esteem. Throughout all their life, they got the reaction that they are a failure, other people get easily annoyed by them, they cannot solve problems quite easily, they are not successful in school, and they internalize these relationships and these emotions, and usually they have a very low self-esteem. And it is often very helpful for them to just that someone tells them it's not you, it is actually a disorder. So this is just the first step to really address these dysfunctional beliefs. And then we know that inattention, disorganization, and impulsivity are quite good, can be good addressed by skills and mindfulness, meditation strategies, like we see it in dialectic behavioral therapy, where we have some adaptations already for ADHD. And the skills are also so important because then for the first time, many of the patients, they have just little experiences of success, that they can do something about it, and they can actually sometimes succeed in little things, that they can be a little bit more organized, and that time planning actually has an effect, and that is really important in these patients. But then the question is, what do we do about the socio-emotional deficits? And from a psychodynamic background, we would say that is classical something or to be addressed by structure, not conflict addressing treatment, but structure addressing psychodynamic treatment. And we have also, that maybe things for the future, we have adaptations now or are being developed from mentalization-based treatment and dialectic behavioral treatment. The latter we said is already, or we have a lot of skills and mindfulness-based orientation, which is helpful. Also with emotion dysregulation, but primarily for the inattention and the hyperactivity. And now I would like to say at least some words, because I find this quite promising, about approaches for mentalization-based treatment for adult ADHD. First, maybe more general, we would like with our patients to address the emotional dysregulation by training with them emotional awareness, recognition, clarification of their emotions. And what we want is to address these early maladaptive schemas, the avoidance and the suppression, and we would rather help them to find a way to be aware of the emotions and to make them, to make use of them for adaptive and goal-directed behavior. Of course, we would address the interpersonal problems. And so one way to improve the self-regulation and social functioning in these patients would be or could be to foster mentalizing and to help them become better in mentalizing themselves and others. So just shortly an introduction, or just shortly maybe to mentalization-based treatment, which was originally developed for borderline patients, borderline personality disorder. It stems from psychoanalytic and psychodynamic background, but also includes mindfulness techniques, dialectic behavioral techniques, and it's structured and intensively manualized. It usually consists of individual and group therapy, and at the chorus or at the basis we have the establishment of a secure attachment relationship, therapeutic relationship. We want to create a safe environment for the patient where he can explore and where he can get curious about his own feelings, about the feelings of others, and we really want to motivate him in a safe environment to become interested in emotions, in other persons, in their behavior. And some or two techniques by which we try to do that is, from the therapist's point of view, is very important is the not knowing stance. You yourself, or good mentalizing actually includes that you cannot be sure about what's going on in other people's minds and yourself also about your behavior. And it's actually important that you can try to think about it, but you can never be 100% sure. When you're too sure, that's also can be very dangerous in social situations. And we know that from a lot of patients, mostly borderline patients, they're often quite too sure. I know he hates me because of this and this. And they become quite difficult. So this not knowing stance, but the curiosity. And you, as a therapist, you have to promote that. You're curious. You always ask about the patient. What happened there? What did you feel there? And yesterday evening we heard about the importance of curiosity in the therapeutic relationships, particularly when we're in transcultural situations. But that is true maybe for every therapeutic relationships. We show the patient that it's important to be curious about the other person, and we want to promote that he also or she also engages in becoming curious about the other. And we often use the stop and rewind technique. We stop the process and we think about, let us have a look what just happened here in between us, or what did happen last session. Can we try to understand what happened here in between us? So you use that, and that is how you try to foster the patient, or how promote him to engage in actually mentalizing. Usually you follow these steps. You have a lot of empathic validation, clarification, or exploration of you want to know what is going inside him, how the situation was. That's how you you create the safe environment. The patient feels recognized, and he sees someone is interested in me and really wants to know what was going on inside of me. And then you slowly start to challenge maybe some of the patient's opinions or beliefs, and then, which is probably the most important part, then you come to the relational mentalizing. You try to start, can we have a look at what just happened here between us, and why did you act like this? What made you feel that? Was it something I did? So there's classical transference analysis, as psychodynamic therapists would call it.
Okay, we have 5 minutes left.
This is the last slide. Maybe one last comment on, we said that how important the early relationships are in the development of mentalizing, of emotion regulation. And we saw how difficult it is for both sides, the caregivers and the children, our little patients. And I think it would be really, or it is important that we also provide early intervention for these families, for these children and their caregivers, to help them, to help the parents to better understand their children, to better mentalize, being able to mentalize their children. We saw how big the pressures are on the caregivers, and to help both sides to acquire better emotion regulation skills, and to provide to foster a secure attachment between the two. And with that, I would like to thank you.
Dr. Hensler, thank you very much for that brilliant overview. Comments or questions, please? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for this very interesting subject, and I think it gets more and more important everywhere. Do you see a correlation that we know that ADHD increases a lot that with the use of the smartphone? So, for example, I'm very concerned that not only the children are using the smartphones, especially the parents are using the smartphones. So we have in our center now the first children who come and tell us, can you tell my parents not to play so much with the smartphone, but more with me? Yeah, so, but which is, I mean, this is terrible. Do you see any correlation, or would you say, no, it's really more the physical thing, and I don't know, then different aspects play a role, or? Thank you.
I think that's difficult terrain. Maybe the problem is not, or I don't know about, and I think there are at least mixed results about whether it is dangerous or detrimental, the use of technical or even social media or media devices. But I think more important might be the question, why are the children and the parents looking only on their cell phone, and why are they not interacting with each other? And sometimes, yeah, maybe that's the more important question if we think about the relationships between the two.
Further comments or questions? So maybe I may ask a question. Could you give a short comment on the interaction of psychotherapy and medication in ADHS? Would you say medication is important for most patients to enable them to go along with the psychotherapy, or would you say it's it's the other way around? They rely on medication and don't engage in psychotherapy, and self-esteem gets even lower because medication is a stigma of being ill. What would you say?
I think that probably if you have a really high level of inattention and hyperactivity or impulsivity, then sometimes, or then medication is, we know that it is helpful for these symptoms. Yeah, and I guess that in some cases maybe, or the problem is often that we cannot even offer psychotherapeutic treatment, and I think most of the cases then medication is the only thing, at least at status quo, the only thing we can offer. But yes, I think when symptoms of inattention and impulsivity or hyperactivity are really severe, then often medication, stimulant medication, can be helpful to even allow a psychotherapeutic process to be taking place.
Thank you. So I don't see further questions. So I have a particular question on that very interesting graph showing after the birth of the child, will the parents, or maybe it was only about the mothers, I don't know, return to work, and parents of a child with ADHD, they less frequently return. But what was somewhat irritating is that already 1 year before the birth, that means before pregnancy, even before pregnancy, the rate of employment was lower in the cohort of the parents with an ADHD child. And what does that tell us about the etiology of ADHD?
I think in this graph it was the days at work. So indeed the explanation was that it is more time consuming to attend to a child with ADHD, and therefore probably, or maybe the two parents had to, often one parent had to stay at home. The time before the birth, I know that, or pregnancy stresses during pregnancy are actually a risk factor for the development of ADHD. So we have a high genetic determination, but also pregnancy and birth-related stress factors increase the probability of the development of ADHD. So maybe indeed in this graph it was that there was also stresses in the it or for the young mothers or mothers.
It looked like, in fact, these two curves were rather parallel, and it didn't go down after the birth. That was just parallel. Good. Quite interesting. Are there comments or questions left? Yes, please. Do we have a microphone? Raise your hand again. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So, thank you for this beautiful presentation. But you said when you finished that psychotherapy is not always feasible with children with ADHD. If you could clarify more this point. And I would like to say, I think psychotherapy for caregivers is important. It's very important too, like you said, because it's really, I don't want to say a burden for parents, but it's something, their children are not like other children. They're not succeeding in their studies. They're not socializing. We have to make them accept that. And we have to explain that the difference between a normal, I would say, child and a child with ADHD, because they would always compare. And it's a vicious circle, because they would compare the normal children to their children, and the ADHD, the patients with ADHD would feel it. Because I know a person who had ADHD, and he was treated so bad, like coming from their parents, and it reflected on their life. So even if psychotherapy is not possible with the children or the adult with ADHD, caregivers should be offered that all the time.
I totally agree on the second point. We actually, I think by what you said, by helping the parents understand that their children are actually different, we also help the parents better understand how their children are, and to be more compassionate with their children and the difficulties of their children, and thus foster the process and foster more secure attachment relationships between the two. And to the first point, I think you understood me wrong. I didn't say that you needed medication for psychotherapy. I think that in some cases where there's really high levels of inattention and hyperactivity, that medication can then be helpful, even to promote or to help the patients really profit from psychotherapy. But I don't think it's that you need it, definitely. I think, yeah.
There's time for one last question. But I don't see it, so we are perfectly in time. It's nearly 6:30, and so I would like to thank all three speakers for their brilliant talks and for being so perfect in time. I would like to say thanks to my two fantastic co-chairs. And now I think we hand over to the organizers for the closing remarks. And as I have heard, there are some awards to be applicated, maybe for the best posters, but I'm not sure who in person will take over the microphone now. Is there anyone?
Yes, we invite the Professor Jumli to present best posters.
So it was so difficult to choose, but we should to do it. The first prize of the oral communication is attributed to Mariam Sahnoun, the resident Mariam Sahnoun, for her work on dosage of risperidone for pharmacological therapeutic monitoring. She's from the psychiatric department of Monastir. And Dr. Bushra, we receive it instead of Mariam. So felicitation. Thank you. Thank you. And the first prize for e-poster is attributed to Dr. Eba1 for her work, Characteristics of Suicide in Children. And, and she is from the Psychiatric Child Department of Monastir. Yes. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jomni. So if you could please wait for a few minutes. I don't know where Sundus is. And she was just here, and I would love to do the closing ceremony with her. She's put a lot of effort. We've put a lot of effort. So if you just could wait for 1 minute, I will find her.
Okay, she's here. So, yes, we can. I don't know. So thank you again, everyone. Donc, you are the survivors of the first Tunisian German Psychiatry Congress. So thank you for your commitment, staying this late. I know a lot of you are going home now to other cities, so I will be brief. We will be brief. So I would like again to express my sincere gratitude for you to have agreed to come to this event. I would love to thank Sundus SOA and the VTAD for the great collaboration that we've had. To thank also Jeune Psy, my association, our association, and our partner GIZ.
We are thanking all of them.
Yes, we are thanking all of them, and you will have like 5 minutes of thanking people. So, Médecins du Monde, also thank you very much for responding to our invite and for agreeing to present in this Congress.
Yeah, we want to thank the speakers,
Dr. Zgib,
Dr. Weli,
Dr. Isa,
Professor Bongart,
Dr. Voss,
Professor Gunther,
Madame Koop,
Professor Pshom,
Dr. Ghanem,
Professor Bezeshkian,
Madame Mahjoub,
Dr. Benzina,
Dr. Ben Mohammed,
Dr. Kof,
Dr. Maalish,
Dr. Hensler,
our chairs, Dr. Hilabid,
Dr. Mnif,
Dr. Jomli,
Dr. Halili,
Dr. Maala.
And
the tone was going up, but Dr. Mahalla, pardon, sorry. Thank you for every lecturer, senior speaker that agreed to come and agreed to share their experiences and their time with us.
And we want to thank everyone who have participated to organize this Congress. I want to thank the team of Jeune Psy, Céline Boudriga, Céline Boudriga, Céline Hajjaj, Nurshine Kouki, Marwa Dmayed, Mariam Metni, Mohamed Ayman Zafran, Manil Mziou, and Khadija Mahfoud.
And I would like to thank the VTAD team, Sundus Sowa, Amin Zgarni, Mariam Dliga, Nasser Ben Jaleb, and Ines Sowa.
And we want to thank the team of...
we would like to thank the laboratories, the pharmaceutical laboratories that were there with us, Medis, Saif, Abd Ibrahim, Hekma, Opalia. Yes, I will get there. Hekma, Opalia, Philadelphia, the I don't know, technician worker.
Yeah, and the team, the
team.
Yasin, Anis, and all they've made possible to have this quality of the Congress and of the streaming and the photos and everything.
So basically, that was us thanking everyone. We mean it. Dr. Afrafi, also thank you for coming. Really thank you. We are really grateful and hope to see you next year with us. Sundus will bring us to Germany this time.